Hello, everyone, and welcome to Horseshoe Indianapolis. We have a beautiful day. Man, did it rain in Kentucky?
Not at all.
Well, in north of the track, 30 minutes, huge storm at like 6:45 this morning, and I was crying. I was like, oh my God. And then I got up and it was raining at like 7:30 too. So I was worried. I got on YouTube. I don't know if you guys know this, but you can check the track and see what it's doing here.
You can stay up to date with a lot of things on there. I love the YouTube.
The YouTube is awesome. So, and I looked, and it's been great. So, a very, very exciting day for us. Jimmy Mac's here.
I'm here.
We've got two stakes handicaps. Tell them what they are here, Jimmy Mac.
A couple 3-year-old $100,000 handicaps for the boys and girls divisions going around the ground on the turf. Again, the weather did hold, and really good competitive fields and full fields.
Yes, and we do have the official word on the weather here from Miss Amber from Fox 59, Amber Hardwick.
I am Fox 59 meteorologist Amber Hardwick, and for today, a lot of dry time with temperatures rising near 80 by the late afternoon hours. There's still a weak shower chance that could fire up by the late afternoon hours with a cold front sliding over the state. Enjoy the races.
Thanks, Amber. Let's talk about those stakes races. We got a couple other premier races. I'm sorry, and we got a couple other.
Hard having to break.
It is. I keep telling Eric to stop saying it because he says it to me, which is fine if you're talking about it because it's a technicality. But anyway, we've got some turf races that we did some grass and grass picks on, so we're going to talk about those. Yes, 4 of them today. Wasn't that fun?
That's
little added. That's why my makeup's not done, guys. There's a little added stuff today, but we do have some really nice racing. Let's look though first. I love to show the replays of jockeys who maybe don't get to be featured a whole lot. Santos Sandra, a very nice riding double yesterday, and he started here in the 5th race. Number 6, It's My Song from Tony Duran.
Yeah, Santos sliding up the fence here. Pretty decent price, 2.5 to 1 to close into that hot pace, and starting to come alive as of late. His main barn is Antonio Duran, and he's really starting to heat up as well. Santos got some big chances today, but this was his first win in race 5 yesterday.
Yeah, it was like a $7 winner. And then we'll go to the race 8, number 11, Nancy Mack, Rogelio Labra. This one paid $15.20.
Yeah, I didn't have this one, but
I did not have this
the
one
horse
either.
ran very well, and again, another one that closed down the outside and won well. And this one was a decent price, 6 to 1. Santos chalking up 2 wins on the day. He's steadily climbing up. He's always been one of those steady guys here at the track, and he wins on horses a lot of times that are quite often overlooked.
Yeah, he had a great ride on this one, and I think you're right. He's got some live chances today. Without further ado, let's just talk about 4 and 6 quickly, and then we'll try to get on to the main event. I did my exacta key play again. I feel like I just keep hitting it, so I'm like, why break what's not, why fix what's not broke?
Well, I followed your lead because I've been swinging a different way, and today, if you look at mine, I did mostly exactas.
I know, because here's the thing.
And they pay well here.
Yes, we're trying to raise money for charity, and I hate when I make bets and key plays and stuff, and they're like, why isn't your top pick in it? I get that, like in a pick 5 ticket, but if I'm putting together an exacta and stuff, like, you're trying to get a higher odd horse.
It's all for charity, and you're swinging for the fence, and you want to,
better chance at making money.
We want to be right when others are wrong, and you want to capitalize it, and you want to make money. It's a wonderful organization that we're gearing that money towards, and it's for fundraising, so why not swing? That's
right. I went with the 4, 7, 9 in here, but I did mix it all up. This is a 2-year-old, not all of them are first-time starters, but you can't go against them Brad Cox firsters, man.
Brad Cox has a pair in here. Eddie Keneally's got a horse in there that I like. He's a firster as well. Not much to go on as far as PPs, and really not overwhelming turf pedigrees in there, but you're going to get some prices there, I think, because you get some top trainers shipping in. You got Riley Mott with a pair, Brad with a pair, Keneally. So I'm going to use those that you said as well. And Steve Cawthon, Triple Crown winning jockey, owns the 3 horse in there riding in Amy, so it might be a price play to use underneath.
That's right. And then let's go on to the 6th race. This is a 3-year-old and up starter optional claiming for $20,000. A mile is the distance here. This was the toughest one for me.
Toughest race on the card.
It literally, I had no idea which way to go. So I have code name on top. I'm interested to see what's going to. You do not.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Singled.
Dude, I love it when you do that. When we do
I
this.
just thought 36 feet. The turf's a little soft
Yeah.
right now. Inside draw.
Yep.
I think controlling speed. Catch me if you can.
That's what I thought. Oh my gosh, I
We
actually
didn't even
feel
talk
like
about this.
I swear to God we didn't because he ran into some traffic. It's been an early start, but code name. But then who else do you like? Because I think the 8 has a really good chance. But then Canyon Streak interests me because Alex Ashard, that horse was just beating a link last time. I think there's going to be some horses that people are going to overlook due to like maybe some of the other ones they're running against. So I tried to just leave that out, look at what they did recently, and try to focus on that. And that's all you can do.
Yeah, I like Canyon Street as well. The horse has, showed affinity for the turf course, has showed winning on a soft turf, and should the pace melt down, I think Canyon Street can come close. I'm going to use the 2 in there. That horse was claimed for 75 at Turfway. It's only raced a couple of times, but Shankar, like you said, from the Wizard Barnes, one I'll use. And I'll probably throw in, I can't remember who else I threw in here. I think I'll use Corrigan's horse too as well. So you can find our stuff online. If you're following along on social media, we got our picks everywhere.
Yep. And then we'll go to the 8th race. So this starts it off. The Ellen's Lucky Star today. It's a $100,000 guaranteed 3-year-old handicap, a mile on the grass. This was the one where I love, the only thing I'm worried about is Spirited Justice. I just liked a few more, and if we were gonna do 4 picks like we used to, I mean, and I might say that when we're in when Jimmy Mack do the paddock show, depending on what she looks like today, but the Super I think should include her. But I went with the 10. I mean, Lady Chaos just is moving in the right direction. I like Grand Harbor. Aaron West keeps sneaking them in, and it's a bone doctor. And then El Tinge has always had my heart since she ran off last year before the stakes race, and she just showed so much talent. She owes us so much money. Me and Jimmy, yeah, for sure.
She's a talented horse, and for whatever reason, she hasn't got the job done every time. She always finds a way to,
She's a temperamental lady.
Yeah.
I get it.
But she's a good horse, and I like the horse Lady Chaos you talked about. I really do like Grand Harbor. I loved her dam, Marina's Legacy. Of course, she was a multiple, we could call them stakes then, multiple stake-winning mare on the turf, on a route of ground. And Grand Harbor was impressive last time, Rachel. Was kind of made a daring move up the inside there, squeezed on through. And they could have went around again last time. Nobody was getting to her. I think she's going to relish the route of ground. I like her chances a lot. Elting, she's going to be on my ticket there as well. You talked about the 10. I'm going to use a horse in there also. I want on every ticket. It's the 2 Instilled Zip from the Granite's Barn. That one, I think the turf is going to really help this one. It showed against Open Company last year as a baby. A really, really good effort there. I think the route of ground with the pedigree will help this one as well.
At this point here, I consider Tony to be a turf trainer, and I think the better his percentage is the more we're on grass.
They call him Tony Brown.
They do.
Yeah.
Let's go to the 8th race.
That's what they call him.
Let's go to the 8th race.
So then the 9th race, we got the snack steak, Rachel. 3-year-old boys division going mile.
Yeah, sorry, the 9th. Thank you.
Who'd you go there?
You know what? I went with the 6. I'm gonna go with it. Justin I got inside info. Man was mad. We canceled these. Okay, he was upset, and he was the only person.
Too, you know why?
Why?
Because he was 8-1 morning line.
I know. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. And now look. So I've got Mr. T on top. This was the one race out of all the Grayson Grass Challenge races that I ended up putting my money where my mouth is. He says he trains in the morning on the slop, and he loves it. He says he runs in it and just really relishes it. So not that he's on the slop today,
but a lot of times
the speed
wet
and
ground like that will translate to the turf or even synthetic.
Yep.
I'm going to draw a line through his first race. That 5/8 when it was his lone turf effort. Again, that was against Open Company though then, and did have a compromised start.
Right.
Too short 5/8. The horse is a big horse. You've seen him. Just to get going after that, I think that was too much. 9-2, I still think is a big price on the horse. I like the horse a lot. Vienna Charm. One in here is going to be has a sneaky outside chance, I think, from the Brian Waltz barn. 2-time winner on the turf. Indiana's own Rodney
That's who I
Prescott
have. I have
pops up.
6-1.
Do you?
Yeah. Dude, this is going to be a good
Great
day, you
minds.
guys. I
Team
can
Mac.
already tell you. Because when Jimmy Mack and I are on the same horses, it works out. When B and I are on the same horses, it never works out. He'll even say that. When we get in the paddock and I'm like, what horse are you on? B's like, you better not be on my horse, because then we jinx each other. But me and it's a Mac attack thing that we have going on.
Somehow it works. And I'm a big proponent. I'm a big believer in the jinx.
I am too.
Yeah.
I 100% believe that stuff.
Don't work with us, though.
Nope, it does not. We are 25 minutes to race 1. Jimmy Mack and I went over our selections, but if you would like to hear B's selections, he's going to go over the early pick 5 and be with us all day long. Also, remember, he has hit 2 pick 5 tickets in a row. And I'm telling you guys, when he gets on a roll, I told him
Get hot, stay hot.
Thursday, when he hit that $450 one, I was like, dude, I know what's going to happen. You did this the last however many years. At the end of the meet, he gets on a tear. So play his Pick 5 tickets, guys, to make some money. For Jimmy Mack and myself, good luck today on the very special Saturday noon card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Welcome back to Wire to Wire here. Just about 23 minutes away from kicking off coffee, mugs, and horses here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. What an excellent day of racing. We're on a fast main track. Kudos to Tony Martinez and his entire staff, really. They come in morning, day, or night, whenever the track requires to assure the safety of our equine athletes. Certainly appreciative of being on that good turf course. I'm glad Jimmy Mack is joining us as well because we have a big day of racing. 4 races, including that Grayson Grass Challenge as well. We're compiling all the wagers from the excellent analysts that are assisting us on the Grayson Grass Challenge. Should be getting that to shortly on the social media airwaves of the one and talented Miss Racing Rachel. But let's take a look at these first 5 races. We're going to be on the turf. Races 4, 6, 8, and 9. I'm glad that rain that fell north of Kentucky certainly did not make its way to Shelbyville. Let's take a look at race number 1. No scratches or changes in this field. I'm going to lean right into the single in here. I really do believe that it's ultimately a 2-horse race between Bibisita along with Jordan's Deal. Fairness and Wagering Act and just completely transparent. Jordan's Deal is a horse that has burned me numerous times. I am jumping off that bandwagon. You are free to jump on. Like Jimmy Mack had indicated, you want to be right when others are wrong. This could be a race where I'm wrong just because Jordan's Deal, I've used this horse so many times. I've added this horse to my ticket on numerous occasions, and it has rarely, if ever, paid off. Today I'm going to play against our leading rider in Fernando de la Cruz and then play against Tim Eggleston at your own peril. I mean, the guy has been in fuego, both with quarter horses and thoroughbreds as well, but I think BBC is well spotted in here. Hasn't been seen since July 30th. Martin Reyes doesn't have a ton of horses in the back of the barn. I think this one is sitting on a big effort today, can go to the lead, doesn't necessarily need the lead. I thought last time out when they lost to Liz's Legacy, ran a very winning race. The leader just had a good trip and couldn't go with Liz's Legacy late. So BBC going to be a single for me because the nice thing about singling early on, and not a lot of people like to, because they want to get some entertainment value for their pick 5. Maybe they want to enjoy a couple of hours where their pick 5 is alive, try and single later on in the card. I'm going to single early because if I lose, I'm going to roll it right into pick 4. $1 minimum pick 4 does begin in race number 2. 5.5 furlongs going to be the distance. A big scratch out of this one. Cloudy Star was my top selection. Cloudy Star certainly was going to take some beating in here. I do think the computers are going to land on Rock and Rocio. 3-1 morning line. You're not going to get that. Just going to be transparent. When the morning line favorite comes out, you're not going to get anywhere near that morning line. A horse who's consistent. 2 wins, 2 seconds, and 2/3. Second start off the layoff. They did take a little bit of time to get to the racetrack this year. And if this were a $10,000 claimer, I think Rock and Rocio would be a complete play against. This is a horse who's always been at the allowance level. if you dive and try and read between the lines, you're not necessarily going to see this in the form, but, putting on the ownership cap or whatnot, it's not ideal that you have an Indiana bred who took until almost August to get back to the races. That's the first concern. They went away in a third at the allowance level. I do love that even though they took nearly midsummer to get back to the races, they came back protected. That's a good sign. They wanted to be protected. Now, after one effort that wasn't terrible by any means, they finished right in the middle of the pack. It was a good starting point for a horse who had been laid off since November of last season. Now they're in the claiming ranks. Like, you have my mind thinking a little bit, and it doesn't think very often, trust me. So the wheels are just kind of turning a little bit because now we're in for a claim. This is the first time this horse has ever been eligible for a tag. Is something amiss? I'd be a lot more cautious if this claiming price was very low, but the reality of it is we're late in the season with a state-bred horse who's almost out of conditions. It could be as simple as that. I don't want to overthink it. I think Rockin' Rocio is the horse to beat. If I'm looking to add somebody in, it could be like the 5-year-old mare. What about now? I'll add this one in. It ran on a super wet track last time out, June 25th. It was a day in which I was amazed we were racing. Tony and his team did an awesome job again. The inside was good. The times were super fast. I didn't really know what to do because the time came back fast. $10,000 claimers going sub 110. That kind of confirms what my notes had indicated. So I'm not sure if it was a good run or if it was just some good times and they didn't necessarily pick up on it because the Beyer speed figure did jump up from a 36 to a 58 and the times were good. But visually, it was okay. It was a long, sustained run from off the pace. Fernando de la Cruz had to earn his money that day because he had to ask what about now to run virtually every step of the way. You kind of know what you're going to get with 2 for 24, but I just have some cautions about Rockin' Rocio in here. I'm sure there's some others you might take a look at. Air up there took a while to get that first score. Could be looking to go 3 out of the last handful. Unbridled Sabbath, Turf to Dirt, and then Catatonic is a horse that I'm going to monitor the will pays in here for Larry Ravelli. He's got a handful. I think you'll continue to see more Ravelli animals with Hawthorne situation. So Catatonic is a horse I'm going to ultimately play against 3 and 4 as we try and go light in the first 2 legs of race number 2. But what we were not light on is analysis and being prompt throughout those first 2 races. So we're going to have to speed it up here to get us back on time. 1 mile on a fast main track, no scratches or changes. This is a great betting opportunity. This is an awesome, awesome betting opportunity in here. I think it's wide open. Your 9-5 favorite should get better with 2 turns, and Rich Kingdom, a sibling, prefers 2 turns. Joe Ramos has had an up and down season, a little bit chilly as of late. I think there's some others you might want to take a look at. You could look at Sweet Saint, a horse who you know is tested around 2 turns. Innisfree Lass is a horse that could be easy to overlook at first glance. However, this horse is 4 for 19. And then I'll draw your attention to Gio's Baby Girl, an easy horse to dismiss, 2 for 34. Some of the numbers do suggest that this horse could be sitting on a big race, well-spaced, and I do think that there is a rider upgrade in play for a long shot with Gio's Baby Girl. Race number 4, our first opportunity to step on that turf course, does not kick off the Horseshoe Hat-Trick or the Late Fire 5. Those will begin, or the Horseshoe Hat-Trick will begin in race 6, Late Fire 5 in the 5th. But on the turf, I do think that first-time starter Just Dance could probably run. I do want to monitor the tote board. I thought about singling Just Dance as a firster. Mitch Merle, Eddie Keneally, first-time starter. That would have been a little bit more risque. The mare was classy. Ran in both the Delaware Oaks and the Monmouth Oaks. I think the sibs are solid. The works are good. I just didn't know. This race is kind of wide open. 3, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Not overly confident. My biggest stand is Headline Act. I have not liked what I saw from this $575,000 filly. She just is not very big. She's kind of minute. She's not super big compared to what she's working out with. And I watched 3 straight workouts in which she kind of got steadily handled. Now, maybe she's going to perk up. Maybe they always knew she was going to be on the turf, but she looks like a short strider who looks like you're going to have your work cut out to get $575,000 back. That's just me. We'll see. You got Brad Cox, Fernando de la Cruz. You don't dismiss them very often, but I will try and beat them in the 4th. In the 5th race, Late Fire 5 time, scratch 2 and 9. 2 and 9 out of this 5th event. 1, 4, 6, and 7. Overall, strong opinions. I think She Souls is a horse that you may overlook at first glance in here. Nickel Racing Stables, they take over from Greg Foley. She Shoals is a horse who was last seen on a super wet track that June 25th day If it was wet, they're making the blinkers going on. I think they could come back stronger today. Dreamy Druso is a horse that should win this spot, but Michelle Elliott and her team just haven't had a whole lot of racing luck. They've got 25 second and third place finishes to go along with 3 wins. That is going to change. I am confident that the Elliott gang is going to land somewhere between that 12 and 10 to 12% win rate. But 15 minutes to post. We're going to single in the opener. Hopefully it is a brave single and we can get through it and have some fun. But it's a Saturday of racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis, a day in which we weren't even supposed to be racing. So I'm thankful for the opportunity to see the horses out on the track and thankful that we're on the turf course. And also, in addition to being thankful for all of that, John G. Dooley, the wordsmith himself, he's going to put away the encyclopedia and dictionary right now to take us through today's scratches and changes on a Saturday morning at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck today.
Good morning from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley on a beautiful sunny day in town. Temperatures in the 80s. Main track is fast, and the turf course for the handicapping rated good. Turf rail set at 36 feet out there on that Caesars course. Sunny skies. Nice one for an added Saturday card. 10 on tap if you have your From Gain to Glory programs near. Okay, then, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. And the Phillies Mare Sprint opener for the start of the 50-cent early pick 5, all 9 run. No scratches, no rider changes. This overweight in. Number 2, Appeasing. Add 1 pound to the listed program weight, makes it there 116. All 9 run, and the Phillies Mares Sprint opener. Low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s here all season long. In the second race, here are the starts of the $1 early pick 4. Race 2, scratch number 2, Cloudy Star. Number 2, Cloudy Star, has been scratched. No rider changes. 1 Red Iola. Add 1 pound to the listed program weight. Makes it there now 119 in the sprint. In the third race over the mile, there are no changes. Due at 106. No changes in race 3, the mile. In the fourth, first of those today, carded for the turf course. Scratch number 1, Higher Calling. Number 11, Fuego Sunset, draws in. Fuego Sunset, the number 11 will run. Scratch 1, Higher Calling. Number 8, Just Dance. Ownership correction should read Will Stroud and Carl Wilson, Carlos Balenda, and Barrett McCarthy stables of Josh Barrett. That's an ownership addiction for the 8 Just Dance. Course good, rail of 36 feet. In the fifth race, maiden sprint to start the 50-cent late fire 5 here. Scratch the 2 Jitico and take out 9 Golden Creek. Number 7, She Show Is. A change of jockey to the meet leader. Fernando de la Cruz starts the card on 54 wins here this season. That's tops at the meet. Fernando de la Cruz will ride number 7. She Show Is. Scratch the 2 and the number 9. In the sixth race, turf mile here. Scratch number 10, Baby Doro. Number 10, Baby Doro, has been scratched. And number 2, Couloir, make the jockey Walter Rodriguez. Walter Rodriguez rides number 2, Couloir. This starts the $1 Itobo late pick 4 and the $1 Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf pick 3 featured on the day. Following the turf mile, in the seventh race, the maiden sprint, here scratch 3, Hidden Hope. The 7, Chamita. Scratch number 8, Petechka. And the 10, Back. No Pentafecta wagering to be featured here now. No 10-cent Grand High 5. Scratch the Pentafecta and take out numbers 3, 7, 8, and 10 from the maiden sprint. A couple of premier races on the day. Fast track. First of the handicaps, the Ellen's Lucky Star. That the 8th race at 3:53 over the mile. And this hour, no changes in the Ellen's Lucky Star. Note there are 3 also eligibles. Right now, no changes in the Ellen's Lucky Star. The snack follows. The snack handicap over the mile. Course good. Rail of 36 feet here. Scratch 5. Brilliant. Connects out. Number 13, Our Jalapeno, draws in. Our Jalapeno, the number 13, will run at this hour, confirming the scratch of only number 5, Brazilian Connexao, in the snack handicap. And after the snack, closing out the card, 4:57 scheduled post time for the quarter horse maiden finale over the 300 yards. Here, scratch the 1, CV Valiant Corona. Take out 5, Apolitical Elmo. And scratch the also eligible 11, AP Jesse's Cartel. Scratch the 1-5 and the number 11. No rider changes. These overweights. Mark in the 2, EOS Running Roxy, plus 5 pounds. Number 4, Miss KTB 23, 5 over. And the number 10, Lil Cool Kate, add 2 pounds to the listed program weight. Makes it there now 128 corrected. Scratch the 1-5-11. Quarter horse maiden over 300 yards under sunny skies to wrap up the day. There are the changes and ownership corrections on the racing card. Beautiful day in town, sunny 80s, main track fast, and the turf course. The $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3 featured on the card, rated good, turf rail at 36 feet. Horses in the walking ring. Fillies Mares Sprint Opener starts the 50-cent early pick 5. And don't forget, here at Horseshoe Indianapolis all season long, the low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s. The first of 10 to come in just 8 minutes' time. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell. There's Brandy with a call for riders up. Horseshoe Indianapolis bugler Gary Lauzier, front and center, bringing the horses onto the track for the Fillies Mares sprint opener. The first of 10, fast track at 5.5 furlongs, here a field of 9. No scratches, no rider changes. Number 2 appeasing at 1 pound to the program weight. On parade, opening sprint, features exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Start here of our rolling doubles, 50-cent pick 3s, and this the first leg of the 50-cent early pick 5. Once again, low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s here all season long. Sunny skies, main track fast, turf course good, turf rail at 36 feet. 2 minutes to post time. Get your wagers in. Round about 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the Phillies Mares sprint opener. First leg of the 50-cent early pick 5. Main track fast. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Joseph Romero with That's My Daughter. Jordan Steele leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz with 54 wins here this season. Joined to That's My Daughter. Oscar Villarreal, appeasing, has taken her position in the starting gate. Loading here at the 5.5 furlong start. Jose Gutierrez with Bebecita. Marcelino Pedroza Jr., Lotto Latte, like That's My Daughter, both for Ray Paquette. Ramir Mendoza, Ines Free Prayer, drew 4. Joe Ramos with Sarah Smiles, here all 9 run. Just a couple of them back. Santo Sanjor with Love It or Leave It. First of the day daily starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Low 11.99% takeout, and one more. Alexander Crispin, Stay Misty for Me with the Tim Eggleston 2. Under sunny skies, main track fast on this beautiful summer day. They're in the gate. Going and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast start for Love It or Leave It with Stay Misty for Me on the far outside. Here come early gains by Jordan. It's a mad dash. Ripped to the inside, Appeasing. Bebecita is in the black silks, and early battle raging as Appeasing has just come away in front from the rail for Oscar Villarreal as they stack 6, maybe 7 across the track. Then further back to Sarah Smiles in an orange cap. Then they'll Ray Paquette to That's My Daughter, and Lotto Latte trails here in the Saturday opener. The quarter fought through. 22.04 seconds. Inside 3 furlongs to go. Appeasing just leads Bebecita, who's right there for Jose Gutierrez, coming past the quarter pole. Jordan's Deal in back of these with on the outside. Love It or Leave It, then sweeping Stay Misty for Me as the Phillies Mares straighten away. It's Appeasing. Coming up the rail, here's Ines Free Prayer with a bid. On the outside, Bebecita, farther out. Love It or Leave It, needs to lift in the final 16th with the rail. For Amir Mendoza, it's Ines Free Prayer, and she's coming away close to home. Ines Free Prayer won by 2. Lotto Latte gained second from Bebecita. Love It or Leave It, finish 4th. $105.83 after the Phillies Mares dash. 105.83, 4-6, and then a photo 4. Ines Free Prayer in at 10-1 over 6 Lotto Latte, 11-1, long odds both. Bebecita with Love It or Leave It. Stay Misty for Me, Jordan's Deal, Sarah Smiles, That's My Daughter. Appeasing led, but dropped right away. 4-6. 3 Bebecita, 9 to 2/3, and 8 Love It or Leave It at 39-1 getting into the frame. Amir Mendoza on the Saturday score sheet for John Harron. A 10-1 to start the early pick 5. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 4, Innis Free Prayer. Repeats at the meet under the hands of Amir Mendoza. Innis Free Prayer is a 3-year-old dark mare brown filly by Prayer for Relief. Out of the Arch Mare, Howard Anstown. Racing for Michael J. Ryan's Clever War Stable and the trainers Howard and Thoroughbreds at LC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Innis Free Prayer. Takes out the Phillies Mare Sprint Opener and Race 1 official. Results in 4-6 exacta. Return $209.40. 50-cent trifecta 4-6-3. $275.85. Love It or Leave It was fourth. 10-cent superfecta 4-6-3-8. Paid $894.92. First of the day, first of 10, all 9 ran. Fast track 105.83. 24 minutes away from race 2. Next sprint, scratch the 2, Cloudy Star. That was the morning line favorite. Number 2, Cloudy Star has been scratched. 1, Red Iola is 1 pound over the program weight. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. Second of the day. Daily starts the $1 early pick 4. If you're just joining, main track fast, turf course good. Turf rail at 36 feet. Out there on the Caesars course. Post time will be at 12:33 in all cases. If you can, please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers on this beautiful summer day early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment or two, our first race replay of the day of the Phillies Mare Sprint. Hope you had a bet on Innis Free Prayer. On this beautiful summer day, they're in the gate. Going running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast start for Love It or Leave It with Stay Misty for Me on the far outside. Here come early gains by Jordan's. It's a mad dash. Ripped to the inside, Appeasing. Bebecita is in the black silks, and early battle raging as Appeasing has just come away in front from the rail for Oscar Villarreal as they stack 6, maybe 7 across the track. Then further back to Sarah Smiles in an orange cap. Then the Ray Paquette to That's My Daughter and Lotto Latte trails here in the Saturday opener. The quarter fought through. 22.04 seconds. Inside 3 furlongs to go. Appeasing just leads Bebecita, who's right there for Jose Gutierrez coming past the quarter pole. Jordan's Deal in back of these with on the outside. Love It or Leave It, then sweeping Stay Misty for Me as the Phillies Mares straighten away. It's Appeasing. Coming up the rail, here's Innis Free Prayer with a bid. On the outside, Bebecita. Farther out, Love It or Leave It. Needs to lift in the final 16th with the rail. For Amir Mendoza, it's Innis Free Prayer, and she's coming away close to home. Innis Free Prayer won by 2. Lotto Latte gained second from Bebecita. Love It or Leave It. Asked on this.
Anna, I've seen you interact with middles, but tell us a little bit about how JR Shadow Boy is with you.
I do not get on Shadow Boy the same way I get on Middles. Middles is quite a special case in a good way. I have learned her like the back of my hand, and so we just like to keep her routine consistent, and so that's what we do. Shadow Boy, on the other hand, is all boy with no kahunas, and pretty much gets along with everybody that gets on him in the barn. He's very playful. As he has gotten deeper into his racing career, he kind of knows that he's hot stuff at this point. It's been cool to watch his personality kind of explode. He used to be really calm and sweet, not quiet, but very respectful. He can be very pushy now.
Yeah, I feel like he's gotten more confident.
Very
like before
much
he was
so.
A little bit more like, what's going on?
Yes, very, very confident, but in the best way possible.
How does it feel to be like the jockey named on two of the best horses we have this year?
Incredible. Everybody always says that the hard work will pay off eventually. It is so cool to finally see it unfold, and on both sides of it too. Not only do I have a boy and a girl that are easily the best of the bunch, but also they have completely different running styles. So they are the same but completely opposite in both ways, and it's honestly such an honor.
We heard John G. Dooley say price horses there in the first certainly were, as the winner was 10-1 in his free prayer, getting it done there. Second place horse 11-1 to start the day off with some upset. Speaking of Dooley, that Dooley's Legends contest returns coming up here this Monday at the track. Now, race number 2 coming up in 10 minutes. We'll start the $1 early pick 4. We do have a significant scratch here in race number 2. The 2, Cloudy Star, has been scratched. The 2 is out. That leaves Rockin' Rocio, the current even money favorite, and that's where I'll start here as we take a closer look into race number 2. It's affiliate mare Indiana bred non-winners of 3 claimant event. Claiming tag $25,000. They'll go 5 1/2 furlongs. I think with the defection of the 2, Cloudy Star, Rockin' Rocio should find herself on a easy lead, I would think. I think she's much faster than most of these in here should she jump well, but she doesn't need the lead. I just think being down towards inside, she probably should use that speed to her advantage if she should jump well. A lot of upside for this filly. Lightly raced, though, for a 4-year-old daughter of Mr. Speaker. Just 8 starts in her life, 6 of those, 1, 2, 3, with 2 of those being wins. Now, most recently off the layoff, she rallied from far back. In fact, she was last early at that 5 1/2 furlong distance and ended up being third, beating of 4 3/4 lengths in behind Relentless Chick. Of course, Cloudy Star, who was in this race, has been scratched. But Rockin' Rocio, I think a lot of upside. The trainer hits nearly 20% in every category. In fact, second off the layoff, he hits at 24%. Teaming up here with Evan Roman, I think they're somewhere around probably 26, 27% when he gives a leg up to Evan, as you see Rigo there tightening the undergirth on Rockin' Rocio. I just like this horse a lot. Even money, I do like her, even though she is a short price. Now, drawn to the outside, another horse taking some action right now is number 7, Canatonic. The Riv is in town here for this one. He's got a couple in today, in fact, and Walter Rodriguez back in the saddle off the injury, has a return call. In fact, Walter was the last person to win on this horse. And Catatonic here currently 8-5. Beautiful gray daughter of Gift Box. She's out of a Stormcat mare, and being out of a Stormcat, she's certainly calm in the paddock here, as you see Riv there coming up to do a little last-minute adjustments there on Catatonic. Now, this one is another one that can show speed or can sit off of it. And she's drawn to the outside, which I do like a lot here with Shannon McGovern there, getting the assistance there with Larry Ravelli. Now, number 7, Catatonic. I talked about Walter being in town to ride her off that injury. If you go back to September, Walter won on this horse and won by 8 3/4 lengths, so he certainly gets along. Riv uses him a lot throughout the year, including in the winter months. And Catatonic has made $88,000 in her life. Now, she doesn't always win, but she's 9 for 12 in the money, so certainly you want to have her on every ticket, and making her just her 3rd start off the season here. I do like her chances. I like that she's drawn well outside, and the speed is to the inside. Should Rockin' Rocio take a bunch of heat or not jump well, I think it's Catatonic's race to control from there. Now, number 4, What About Now, being ignored a little bit on the tote board, but is 5-1. She is a 5-year-old mare by Congrats, coming from the red hot barn of Tim Eggleston. I don't know if anybody on the track's winning more than Tim, whether it's thoroughbred or a quarter horse. I think he's 8 wins from his last 20 in the thoroughbred variety. And the quarter horses, we all know about that last quarter horse day where he had that really, really big day. Probably should have won 8 that day, but had a little tough racing luck. But this horse is another one that doesn't really like to win, but she does show up. Just 2 wins from 24 starts, but she's nearly 50% lifetime in the money. Last start over the slop at the sprint distance when turning back from the route races, she was 2nd behind a pretty decent horse, and I think she has a decent chance to run in the money here. What About Now? When Tim and Fernando de la Cruz team up, they win about 34% here as of late. So 5-1, and now goes 4-1 as I speak, and I think she's 3rd choice too in the Will Pays there on the double. But those are my top 3 selections. In if you're playing the pick 4, threw together a ticket here. You see the graphic there, this early $1 pick 4. Of course, that low takeout, just a $36 punch. We're going to single the horse I put on top here and talked about first. That's number 3, Rockin' Rocio. We'll just single her and move on. Hopefully, she's a swish here, and then we'll spread out a little bit on the back half of the ticket. But again, just a $36 play as we move to race number 3, that mile event for the filly and mare state breds. We'll use 2 horses in there. Number 3, Rich and Faith, expecting to take all the money in there off that dominant win in the first level allowance race. And then a horse I like a lot who I think will be ignored. That's the outside horse, number 8, Geo's Baby Girl, 12-1 on the morning line. I think she has a big chance. Huge rider change in my opinion. And the horse has been facing much tougher. We saw that graphic earlier, that short video there with Hannah talking about one of her best horses at the Meet the Filly. Well, this one raced against her Hot Meadows 2 back and ran respectively. So we're going to use her there in the 3rd third race. Now, race number 4, we're going to use much of our budget here. We'll use the 3 Right Again Amy, a firster for Cawthon and Davis with Irvin and Makata up. We'll use the 4 horse, another firster, 1 of 2 in here for Brad Cox Headline Act. She's a really high-priced purchase there by Constitution, and I like her chances there with Fernando as well. We use the 7 Into Fashion, 1 of 2 in here for Riley Mott. We'll use the 8 Just Dance, my top pick in the race, a first-time starter by Justify from the Eddie Keneally barn. Then, of course, we'll use the 9, the other Riley Mott, and the 10, Brad Cox's firster, who she is by Golden Pal out of a Candy Rod mare. So certainly should show some affinity for the turf route there. If we're still alive, we're alive to 3 horses in race number 5. That race 5 does start the Late Fire 5. It's a maiden filly and mare Indiana bred race to go 6 panels. The 2 and 9 are out in there. We use number 1, Way Well Hey There. From the inside with Santo Sanjur, the 4 Lexi's Lunar Rock for Brian Schling. And then also we'll use the 6 Dreamy Durso, who's been never worse than second in her 3 career starts. So Brandy Bell, the paddock judge, has given riders up orders. That's my thoughts on race number 2, including that pick 4 that kicks off here. $36 play. They'll be on the track momentarily. Post time for race 2 at the shoe in just a few.
Gary the Bugler bringing the horses onto the track for race 2. Here a field of 6. Scratch 2, Cloudy Star. Carded fillies a mare sprint on the day. 5.5 furlongs fast track. 6 to start. 1 Red Iola, 1 pound over the program weight. The 2 is a non-runner. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Double pick 3. Here are the starts of the $1 early pick 4. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. Now less than 1 minute away from post time for the Distaff Dash. Starts the $1 early pick 4. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're loading in front of starter Oscar Quiros, Ronnie Prescott with Remayola, Joe Ramos with Air Up There joined Remayola. Unbridled Sabbath, Jose Gutierrez for John Herron going for the opening double. Unbridled Sabbath went in well. Evan Roman with Rockin' Rocio taking her position within the starting gate. Just a couple in the back. Fernando Veta Cruz with What About Now here at 5.5 furlongs. Stand by. One more, Catatonic. Walter Rodriguez for Larry Ravelli in town. Seconds of the day, they're in the gate. And they're off. Evenly away, Air Up There. First to come charging out to the starting gate, Rockin' Rocio, tossing that black cap into the ring, and Catatonic right there too on the pulse of the pace. It's from the rail. Rockin' Rocio, who's taken the lead for Evan Roman, and sprints away from Air Up There, and Catatonic at the 3.5. Radiola's running in fourth by 3. What About Now and wide. Unbridled Sabbath trails the Distaff Dash as they round the far turn. The quarter was 21.98 seconds. Here comes Catatonic. Catatonic and Rockin' Rocio. They come to the forefront and have opened up an advantage now on Air Up There, who straightens away in third. Radiola tipped to a clear path by Ronnie Prescott. Then follow back Unbridled Sabbath, who leads only What About Now into the stretch. Rockin' Rocio with the rail. Catatonic on the outside. They are just about level. And here's Red Iola, who joins the battle and is swept ahead of them for Ronnie Prescott. Red Iola has taken the lead, took charge, and pulls away to best Catatonic by 3. Rockin' Rocio third, and What About Now finish back and forth. .104.69 after the Distaff Dash. 1 minute 4.69 seconds. Fast track unofficial. 1-7-3-4-1 Red Iola. 7-1 first over 7 Catatonic. 2-1 on the runner-up. 3 Rockin' Rocio at 6-5. Third and number 4 What About Now at 6-1 was fourth. 1-7-3-4 104.69 Rodney Prescott. Now on the Saturday score sheet here for Jonathan Nance, Shelley Nance, breeder, owner of the Echo Town Filly. Red Iola rolled at 7-1. The result of the second race official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 1, Radiola. There's Rodney Prescott. Radiola is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Echo Town. Out of Ermely by Stormy Atlantic. Jonathan Nance trains for breeder owner Shelley Nance. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Radiola. $1.7 exacta, paid $62.80. 50-cent trifecta, 173, $36.35. 4 and 1 the opening double. Combining in his free pair with Radiola, $4.11.80 for the early double. What About Now was fourth. 10-cent superfecta, 1734, netted $23.69. 6 ran, 104.69 after the running of race 2. The third of 10, 25 minutes away. The Ellen's Lucky Star and The Snack, our premier handicaps on the card later today. Third race over the mile. No program changes. 8 run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, and post time will be at 107. Seconds of the day, they're in the gate. And they're off. Evenly away, air up there. First to come charging out to the starting gate, Rock and Rocio, tossing that black cap into the ring, and Catatonic right there too on the pulse of the pace. It's from the rail. Rock and Rocio, who's taken the lead for Evan Roman, and sprints away from air up there, and Catatonic at the 3.5. Radiola's running in fourth by 3. What About Now and wide. Unbridled Sabbath trails the distaff dash as they round the far turn. The quarter was 21.98 seconds. Here comes Catatonic. Catatonic and Rocking Rocio. They come to the forefront and have opened up an advantage now on air up there, who straightens away in third. Radiola tipped to a clear path by Rodney Prescott. That fella back Unbridled Sabbath, who leads only What About Now into the stretch. Rockin' Rocio with the rail. Catatonic on the outside. They are just about level. And here's Red Iola, who joins the battle and is swept ahead of them for Rodney Prescott. Red Iola has taken the lead, took charge, and pulls away to best Catatonic by 3. Rockin' Rocio third, and What About Now finished seconds of the day.
but
are.
I think Middles has favors you, doesn't she, over most?
You know what? Even if she didn't like me, she has no choice because she has to spend the majority of her time with me.
True woman. She's like, well, I'm stuck with her. I might as well get along with her.
Exactly. When Middles was a 2-year-old and she came into the track, she was a little bit wild. And I told Tiana, I don't want to get on that one. That one is a little too much for me right now. So her exercise rider at the time, Brian, got on her. And then as she started getting a little bit better, she never lost the crazy, but I saw the potential in the way that she could run. I thought, maybe I'll give it a try. And kind of the same thing as Shadow Boy. I actually was never meant to ride her, and the jockey that was supposed to ride her wasn't able to. I picked up the mount, and the rest is history.
Wow, that's so cool.
So as much as they're different, the stories on how they both came to be is very similar.
Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, be sure to check out our brand new gift shop. Open now, right there on the first floor, beside the program stand here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Pick up a souvenir of your day at the races. Great to have you with us. Stop in, check it out. The gift shop, open now, first floor at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
The upset trend continues here at the shoe. Red Iola, Indiana zone. Rodney Prescott from up in Jay County gets it done there for the Nance family at decent price there for race number 2 to kick off the $1 Itoba pick 4. Now race number 3 coming up, and it's the last of our dirt races until we go to the turf. We'll obviously come back to the dirt, but closing out this early dirt pick 3 is race number 3. It's a filly mare allowance race for the Indiana bred girls going a mile, which have not won 2 races other than a maiden claimant starter or never won 3 in their lifetime. Field of 8 to go the mile distance here to start that pick 3 on races 3, 4, and 5. And right now, number 3, Rich in Faith, is 2-1 on the board. It was 9-5 on the morning line. Now this one is started 5 times, has 2 wins and 2/3, comes from the Donna Riley barn. Joe Ramos is in the house today riding this one and was aboard for the most recent start when breaking the maiden and, when winning the non-winners at 2, the first level allowance condition, and winning well, won by better than 9 lengths. As you see Carter Riley there in the cowboy hat, long time horseman, and many of you guys remember him winning several races here. Was a big time quarter horse jock here and our sister track over at Hoosier for many, many years. But this one debuted last year as a sophomore and was 6th and came back, or excuse me, that was the second, the last year the first start was 6th and came back in her second start off the layoff here in the seasonal bow and broke the maiden, rallied from off the pace with Mitchell Merle and beat a decent field that day, came back and tried winners for the first time, including Stanka and Grand Harbor, who Grand Harbor is one of the main oppositions, main threats in our handicap today in the Ellen's Lucky Star, and only was beaten by her by 2 1/4 lengths, so facing good company this one. Ran against Liam's Charge in the next start. Liam's Charge, one of the better fillies from Rob Dobbs' barn. I think she may be on the shelf right now, but she's a really good one. And Rich and Faith ran a respectable 3rd in that race and came back and won that subsequent start when breaking that first level allowance condition there on July 10th. She's versatile. She can go the front. She can stalk. She pretty much can ride her own ticket, and right now she's 2-1 to get that 3rd lifetime victory in just her 6th start. She's by Mr. Speaker out of a discreet cat mare. A lot of upside here for this one. Like I said, can go to the front, can stalk, just however the pace scenario sets up here in this 8-horse field. I think she'll just turn off and relax if she needs to rate. But 2-1, I think, is an okay price on Rich and Faith here in the 3rd race to start this pick 3. Now, horse I do likes being left alone at the window, and I expected this horse to be a big shot. In fact, the longest shot on the board, and I wouldn't be surprised if this horse won. That's number 8, Gio's Baby Girl, currently 18-1. Ron Harrell there in the patriotic flag shirt. Stretching out the legs of Gio's Baby Girl. Now, she's a 7-year-old. I get it. She's only won 2 races, but she shows up. Every dance she dances, she's 12 for 34 in the money, but she's faced some of the stiffest competition that we offer here in the state-bred filly ranks. Most recently, she was in behind Under the Palms. We'll see Under the Palms in a handicap here coming up next, I think, Wednesday from the McPeak barn. Time before, she ran in behind Hot Middles, has only beat 13 lengths. Now she had an apprentice up that day. She gets a really good rider in Alexander Crispin, who I think was either an Eclipse Award winner or Eclipse finalist. And Annie's Express, 3 back. She ran in behind her, only beaten 5 lengths. Annie Express is probably one of the better turf Indiana breds there is. Ease Magic, a top Indiana bred sprinter. It just goes on and on throughout this one's card, where she's only been beaten 4, 5, 6 lengths against some of the best that we have. And she's one that I think will appreciate the route of ground. She's drawn to the outside, and she will have some pace to chase. Again, I said Rich and Faith can go to the front, but Sweet and Saint certainly will be on the chooch, and Yodo to win. I think that one will be forwardly placed. Sorry, Not Sorry, stretching out from the sprint distance, should probably flash speed. So I think there could be some considerable amount of pace signed on here, and if they go quick early, Gio's Baby Girl will be flying late, 19-1. Can't leave her off the ticket. Another one was a big price in the morning line. I didn't expect that odds to hold, but currently right now 5-1. That's a 2 sudden rise, 15-1 on the morning line, currently taking some support. And this one has woke up the last couple of starts now, was 2nd 2 back on the turf and in behind that aforementioned Andy's Express. Tried her again in the next start and ran an okay race, was only beating the length. She's had a little bit of traffic trouble in a couple of her starts, and comes from the barn that's due here, the Elliott barn, and 5-1 there, as you see. see Claudio there just fixing the blinkers there on this one. I know the horse ran a couple of better races on the turf, but I don't think the horse absolutely needs the turf. Did win an off-the-turf event here in the first level allowance race last season. Is another one of the reasons I like this one. Maybe could pick up some pieces here and get a check at a decent price. Sudden Rise will be closing late, 5-1. Amir Mendoza won the opener here and has been riding very well as of late, especially since losing the bugs, continuing to pick up steam and the Elliott barn. Just 3 wins at the meet, but 14 seconds and 10 thirds, and a couple of their wins have came here in the last week or two, so the barn's finally starting to click. The barn's better than the percentage shows, and I wouldn't be scared to use this horse on any ticket there at 6-1. Sudden Rise. She's by Upstart out of the Animal Kingdom mare. Of course, Animal Kingdom, that Derby winner for Graham Motion and Johnny V. Now, race number 3 here in just about 6 minutes. It is, again, a filly and mare Indiana bred allowance as we start that to pick 3 on races 3, 4, and 5. The turf races will start next in race number 4. We have 4 of them this afternoon, including those 2 handicaps that will go as races 8 and 9. Of course, we'll close out the show with the 10th race at Quarter Horse event. Speaking of Quarter Horses, don't forget next Saturday here at the track, we do have a special Quarter Horse Day that as we will return here, it's the Quarter Horse Stakes Day. And Saturday, August 29th, 3 finals that day, including the SSA Futurity. First post, special post that day, 10:45. Martha will be back in the house. Also, we'll have support online. Los Ponies, Jose Contreras from SoCal, will be here that day as well. There's the graphic there. Again, first post, 10:45. That 29th running of that restricted Grade 3 QHRAI Stallion Service Auction Futurity. More than $500,000 in stakes purses for that day. Again, that's coming up just a week from today. All right, just about to get riders up orders here for race number 3. Post time in just a few. Good luck.
Gino bringing the horses onto the track now for race 3 on a Saturday here at the Shoe. The Fillies and Mare Mile, a field of 8. No changes in this one. 8 run over the mile, fast track. Race 3 features Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double Pick 3. Rich in Faith was first to step onto the track. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. Less than 1 minute away from post time for the mile. Early run. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the mile start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the mile. Evan Roman with Yo to win. Sando Sanjor, Pay Me Later. The first two have moved into the starting gate. Samir Bermudez with Sweet Saint. Sudden Rise, Amir Mendoza won the opener. Alberto Burgos with Innisfree last drew 7. Joe Ramos with Rich and Faith for the Rileys. Right now, Rich and Faith, the 6-5 favorite. Fast track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good afternoon to all. Innisfree Prayer and Red Iola swept the early double. Mitch Morrow was Sorry Not Sorry. $23 and $16 winners through 2. One more for the mile. Alexander Crispin, Gio's Baby Girl. They're in the gate. They're off. Yo to win broke sharp. Rich in Faith with Early Run, and Sweet Saint in the Navy Silks and Cap joins as they enter the first turn with Sorry Not Sorry, a ground-saving fourth, and they have 7 furlongs to go. Then an early break to Sudden Rise with Innisfree last and by Gio's Baby Girl, while Pay Me Later's drop back to last as the fillies and mare go to the back, being led by Rich in Faith. With Joe Ramos, it's Rich in Faith who's locked up the early lead and takes them through a quarter in 8 ticks over 24. Rich in Faith shoulders the load in front of Yo to Win, who follows with Sweet Saint 3 deep uncovered, and Sorry Not Sorry remains nestled in toward the rail there in the green cap for Mitchell Murrell as Rich in Faith takes them to a half mile from home. Gio's Baby Girl is racing wide in company with Innisfree Lass, and the trailers are Pay Me Later, who just relegated at 15-1, Sudden Rise to 8th and last. Rich and Faith in charge. Half mile, 48.29 seconds, steady as she goes. Rich and Faith with inside 3 furlongs left as Yo to Win takes up the pursuit for Evan Roman. Rich and Faith coming toward the quarter pole from Yo to Win. Nearest the inside, Innisfree Lass straightens away in third. Gio's Baby Girl is wide as they straighten away. It's Rich and Faith. 3/4 to the longtime leader. 1 minute 12.66 seconds with Joe Ramos. Rich in Faith is a 6-length leader over Sting on Innisfree Lass back in second. Coming inside the final half furlong. Yo to Win being caught for third by Pay Me Later. Rich in Faith. Rich in Faith, an all-the-way winner by 7. Second close as Pay Me Later joined Innisfree Lass at the finish. Yo to Win finish fourth. 138.35 after the mile. 138.35, the blue 3, Rich and Faith. At 8-5 was first. Second is a photo. Rich and Faith, clear-cut win of the mile. Joe Ramos for Carter and Donna Riley. Photo places up to the judges. Here it is. Close as Pay Me Later joined Innisfree last. That's in the judges' hands. Yo to Win was fourth. 3-1-7-5 posted. 3, Rich and Faith was first. Number 1, Pay Me Later, 4-1, rallied into the exacta. 7, Innisfree last at 5-1, lost place on the line. 5, Yo to Win was fourth. 3-1-7-5 after the distaff mile. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 3, Rich and Faith with Joe Ramos. Rich and Faith is a 4-year-old bay filly by Mr. Speaker and a Spy Girl by Discreet Cat. For breeders and owners, Carter Riley and Donna Riley. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the connections of Rich and Faith. She's now a 3-time winner at the meet. It's official. $3-1 exacta, paid $24.40. First pick 3 of the day. 4-1-3, $214.95. 50-cent trifecta, 3-1-7, $31.55. 1-3 double 57.80. Yo to Win was fourth in the mile. 10-cent superfecta, 3-1-7-5, returned $20.84. All 8 ran. Favorite first, 138.35. First of those today on the turf course. Fourth race, mid and juvenile fillies turf, scratch 1 higher calling. 1 higher calling has been scratched, so that paves the way for number 11, Fuego Sunset, to draw in. Fuego Sunset, the number 11, will run. Number 8, Just Dance, ownership correction. The ownership of the first-time starter Just Dance should read Will Stroud. Add owners Carl Wilson, Carlos Balendo, and Barrett McCarthy stables of Josh Barrett. That's the ownership of the 8, Just Dance. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, course good, rail of 36 feet. Post time, 1:42.
All right, everybody, it's time for the social media contest. All you gotta do is come down to the winner's circle and show us that proof that you follow us on social media. It can be Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube, but you have to show us that you follow us.
8. They're off. Yo to Win broke sharp. Rich in Faith with early run, and Sweet Saint in the navy silks and cap joins as they enter the first turn with Sorry Not Sorry, a ground-saving fourth, and they have 7 furlongs to go. Then an early break to Sudden Rise with Innisfree Lass and by Geo's Baby Girl, while Pay Me Later's drop back to last as the fillies and mare go to the back, being led by Rich in Faith. With Joe Ramos, it's Rich in Faith who's locked up the early lead and takes them through a quarter in 8 ticks over 24. Rich in Faith shoulders the load in front of Yo to Win, who follows with Sweet Saint 3 deep uncovered, and Sorry Not Sorry remains nestled in toward the rail there in the green cap for Mitchell Murrell as Rich in Faith takes them to a half mile from home. Geo's Baby Girl is racing wide in company with Innisfree Lass, and the trailers are Pay Me Later, who just relegated at 15-1, Sudden Rise to 8th and last. Rich in Faith in charge. Half mile, 48.29 seconds, steady as she goes. Rich in Faith with inside 3 furlongs left as Yo to Win takes up the pursuit for Evan Roman. Rich in Faith coming toward the quarter pole from Yo to Win. Nearest the inside, Innisfree Lass straightens away in third. Geo's Baby Girl is wide as they straighten away. It's Rich in Faith. 3/4 to the longtime leader. 1 minute 12.66 seconds with Joe Ramos. Rich in Faith is a 6-length leader over staying on Innisfree Lass back in second. Coming inside the final half furlong. Yo to Win being caught for third by Pay Me Later. Rich in Faith. Rich in Faith, an all-the-way winner by 7. Second close as Pay Me Later joined Innisfree Lass at the finish. 8.
The state's only thoroughbred and quarter horse racing is going on now at Horseshoe Indianapolis, located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville. Always free parking and free general admission. More details at HS Indy Racing.
Jack Daniels starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
What a turnaround for Donna Riley and Rich and Faith. Rich and Faith, don't look now, quickly through the conditions, 3 wins from 6 starts. But Donna Riley over the past 5 years typically had won right around that 7 to 10% range. Over the past 5 months, winning at 33%. So congratulations to Donna Riley and her team, as Rich and Faith makes that look rather easy when it's all said and done. That early pick 3 returning $215. That's a 50-cent pick 3 number as well. So if you're still alive in those pick 4s, pick 5s, certainly wish you the best of luck closing it out. We move on to the turf course for the first time of the day. Boy, Tammy Knox and Eric Hellstrom, they have assembled quite the team for this Grace and Grass Challenge. You can find that on social media. Each analyst is putting together $50 plays in all 4 races, with every single cent of the proceeds going to a great cause as well. So we'll scratch number 1 out of here. Hopefully we can make as much money as we can. Looks like we've got a couple of first-time starters, some 2-year-olds with experience, some horses making their debut, the fillies taking main stage on our turf. Shout out to Tony Martinez and his team for keeping us on the turf despite all of the rain we have had, not only in Shelbyville, but in Indiana and really around the Midwest. We are on a good turf course with that rail sitting at 36 feet. Scratch the inside runner. I don't actually believe for a second that Just Dance is going to go off favorite in here. This looks like Fool's Gold or someone playing some games a little bit. I do have this horse on top. Don't expect it to be the favorite. I think right around that 4-1, 9-2 range is fair. Eddie Keneally doesn't send all that many to Horseshoe Indianapolis, but I really like what I've seen, and somebody did as well. I mean, they just paid in April, 4 months ago, $230,000. So just a hair over that Sire stud fee for Justify in here. Dance Quietly is an AP Indy mare, and she was a good one. She had some class as well. Not often when I review the mares and whatnot, they have the class that Dance Quietly has. She ran in both the Delaware Oaks as well as the Monmouth Oaks. And the Sibs are solid, but I really enjoyed the works. I think Just Dance hasn't really been asked the question. It appeared that the lone work that she apparently lost, that was not her. It's not the same spot. It was mislabeled, and that's what can happen. And I think each work that I was able to witness, thanks to those KentuckyBred.org workouts, was fantastic. Whether she was on the inside, she was on the outside, she was never asked for run and give no indications on if she's going to be a closer. But she is a little bit feisty down here, a little bit quirky sort. She's certainly feeling her oats today, but what a great job by the handler. Cool, calm, collected as they come. The grooms and staff are overlooked many days of racing, and especially when 2-year-old fillies are a little ramped up. She's down here in the saddle enclosure. There's people, she's out of her stall, but she's certainly feeling good. And as long as she keeps her mind on running when Mitch Merrill gets aboard, I am going to be playing Just Dance quite heavily today, 2-1, but hopefully somewhere around 4-1 when it's all said and done. The 7 is Into Fashion. I always love, if you heard me talk once, you've heard me say it 100 times, I do prefer horses with experience over first-time starters. I think first-time starters are often overbet, overplayed, and Into Fashion is similar to a horse with experience that could easily overcome some of the talent of the other first-time starters in here. Exit the live race on July 10th over at Ellis Park. That race had 2 next-out winners, Home Away from Home and Glycogen. Home Away from Home did win at Ellis on the stretch-out, and then Glycogen, something that my doctor's consistently talking to me about, won again on the stretch-out at Ellis Park as well for John Service. So a live race, and then Crack On, who actually got that maiden-breaking score. They took on a $200,000 stakes race and ran second, only beaten by a half length at about 25-1. So a very live race. Don't be fooled that this horse finished 9th. Actually, the 2 that have exited that race to win actually stretched out around 2 turns. Could it be the same for Into Fashion? She wasn't really bad. I'm not overly concerned that she didn't get bet. It appears it was a live race. It was a 12-horse field, and maybe the plan all along was to stretch her out. Alex's Shard lands here. That's a big thing. He's cooled off, but not in like a chilly sense, more of like he couldn't continue to win in the manner he was. He's winning at nearly 20%. My timing has been absolutely poor in reviewing this race. The riders are up. The main take is Headline Act is beatable. $575,000 purchase in May of 2026. They must see something I don't. I haven't liked the works too much. Maybe she'll spark up and run a big one for this minute filly by Constitution on the turf. Bet against Brad Cox and Fernando de la Cruz at your own peril, but I'm going to try Just Dance and Into Fashion as the rider's getting the leg up, and we're headed to that beautiful turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, 4 minutes away from the 4th.
The horses call postward now for the fourth race. The first one today, Carter, for the turf course, rated good with that turf rail set at 36 feet. Here a field of 10 for this maiden juvenile fillies turf over the 7.5 furlongs. Course good, rail 36 feet out. Scratch one higher calling. One higher calling has been scratched. 8 Just Dance debuts. Ownership Will Stroud and Carl Wilson, Carlos Balindo, and Barrett McCarthy stables of Josh Barrett. That's an ownership correction for the 8, a newcomer, Just Dance. 10 to start. 1's a non-runner. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Due in 3 minutes time. The first of 4 times here at Horseshoe Indianapolis today, crossing over to the turf course. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Motown Foxy Brown, Amira Mendoza on the first of the day. Alex Ashar with Into Fashion has joined Motown Foxy Brown. Irving Moncada with the Dreamfields Farm newcomer, Right Again Amy. Take her position within the starting gate. Right Again Amy. Mitchell Murrell, Just Dance debuts. Fernanda de la Cruz. Headline act in the Wathnan Racing Silks. Headline act went in okay. Here over the 7.5 furlongs, the course rated good, turf rail of 36 feet. On the Caesars course, good here under sunny skies. Starter here this season, Oscar Quiros and his crew still working with Just Dance. 6 newcomers here in our first turf race of the day, waiting for Just Dance. Well backed is this Justify filly. 4-1 on Just Dance. Right now 5-2 Headline Act. She's in line. 5-2 on Golden Latte, another newcomer for Brad Cox. Now they have Just Dance loaded. Mitchell Murrell in the top 3 standings here in this meet. Joe Ramos with Naimira will make her bow. Angel Serpa, first timer, first Ladybug. Now Evan Roman with Lady Maximum. She's a 5-race maiden. 2 back. Marcelino Pethosa Jr. with Golden Latte. Like Headline Act, newcomers for Brad Cox, so stand by. 1 more, Alexander Crispin and 3-time starter to Fuego Sunset. Over the 7.5 furlongs. Again, good afternoon to all. Course here is good, rail of 36 feet, and up comes Fuego Sunset. Motown Foxy Brown, she was the first filly in. She stood very well, that Motown Foxy Brown. She's been in there for quite some time. They're in the gate. And they're off. Motown Foxy Brown out to an alert start, along with the newcomer Right Again Amy, part of an early charge. And here is Fuego Sunset, who looks to head them off now for Alexander Crispin. And right there is Headline Act. the newcomer for Wathnan Racing, as they charge into the first turn, just being led by Motown Foxy Brown, who takes the point for Amir Mendoza and leads to the back of this good course more close up, Fuego Sunset, who's right there with Motown Foxy Brown. In the meantime, with Fernando de la Cruz, Headline Act is third upon settling, while just in front of Lady Maximum, who's running in fourth. Toward the inside, First Lady Bug in fifth, with on the outside, Just Dance in sixth. Toward the inside is Right Again Amy running in seventh, with Between Horses Into Fashion in eighth. The Resolute Racing newcomer, Nymira, is out deep on the course, and Golden Lattes drop back to last. The quarter was 23.44. Motown Foxy Brown at 17-1 takes them into the far turn run. 49.48 for the second part, Motown Foxy Brown. Fuego Sunset has been right there with Motown Foxy Brown. They're right together. And Lady Maximum, third in range for Evan Roman as these leaders come toward the quarter pole. And Nymira, she's sweeping into action boldly for Joe Ramos as these maiden 2-year-old fillies make the swing. It's Nymira. Nymira has taken the lead in the final furlong and a half from Motown Foxy Brown. Fuego Sunset, she's dropped back under pressure. On the outside, Just Dance is looking to stay on. They're deep in the final furlong. It's Nymira. Nymira leads by 3 to Just Dance, with toward the inside Golden Latte, who's into third. It's Nymira. Nymira won by 3 from Just Dance. Golden Latte was third, and then Headline Act and Lady Maximum next. $135.88 after the maiden 2-year-old fillies turf. 135.88. 9, 8, 10, and then a photo for fourth. Number 9, Nymira. 5-2 first, 8. Just Dance, 9-2 second. The 10, Golden Latte. 3-1 was third. There's Nymira. Resolute Racing newcomer by Nyquist. Joe Ramos, Riley Mott. Nymira debuts on top. Inquiry. Stewart's calling for an inquiry into the first turn run. Hold all tickets, unofficial. 9, 8, 10, stand by for the fourth. And an inquiry into the maiden 2-year-old fillies turf. The judges have posted number 4, Headline Act, fourth. Stewart's Inquiry, first turn run. Unofficial after race 4. 9, 8, 10, 4. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 9, Nymira. Riding double for Joe Ramos. Nymira is a 2-year-old chestnut filly by Nyquist. And a Fen by Street Sense. Riley Mott trains this newcomer for John Stewart's Resolute Racing, Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Naimira. She was a $550,000 phasing Tipton Saratoga Select Yearling 2025. Right down to the maiden ranks. Inquiry concerns the first turn run. Hold all until official. There was a steward's inquiry into the first turn run. Upon observation, in review, no changes made. 9-8-10-4. Inquiry withdrawn. And for those fans joining us here on track, certainly great to have you with us on this Saturday card that was added after a weather cancellation earlier this month. If you're joining us on track, make your way toward the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle. We'll be having our T-shirt toss coming up right there from that Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle. Winning jockey on Naimira, Joe Ramos in those Resolute Racing silks, ready to toss his arm into the action for Racing Rachel. And all joining us here on track for the T-shirt toss, always popular here at the track, and that coming up in just a sec. Again, we are standing by after an inquiry, no changes made. First turn run, 9-8-10-4 for the maiden juvenile fillies turf. And again, if you're on track, make your way toward the winner's circle. Racing Rachel, ready to get on with the T-shirt toss on a beautiful summer day here at the Shoe. It's official.
All right. Oh dear. It's a G-Note drive-by, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we have jockey Joe Ramos stayed, volunteered, didn't even have to twist his arm, beg him or bribe him because he loves me. So he's going to do the announcement. I want you guys to be careful. Thanks for joining us on this wonderful Saturday. And be careful. Don't jump in front of anybody or you're banned from the T-shirt toss. I have to threaten them.
1, 2, 3, toss.
Good job.
and they're off. Motown Foxy Brown out to an alert start, along with the newcomer Right Again Amy, part of an early charge. And here's Fuego Sunset, who looks to head them off now for Alexander Crispin. And right there is Headline Act, the newcomer for Wathnan Racing, as they charge into the first turn, just being led by Motown Foxy Brown, who takes the point for Amir Mendoza and leads to the back of this good course from a close-up Fuego Sunset, who's right there with Motown Foxy Brown. In the meantime, with Fernando de la Cruz, Headline Act is third upon settling, while just in front of Lady Maximum, who's running in fourth. Toward the inside, First Lady Bug in fifth, with on the outside, Just Dance in sixth. Toward the inside is Right Again Amy running in seventh, with Between Horses Into Fashion in eighth. The Resolute Racing newcomer, Nymira, is out deep on the course, and Golden Lattes drop back to last. The quarter was 23.44. Motown Foxy Brown at 17-1 takes them into the far turn run. 49.48 for the second part, Motown Foxy Brown. Fuego Sunset has been right there with Motown Foxy Brown. They're right together. And Lady Maximum, third in range for Evan Roman as these leaders come toward the quarter pole. And Nymira, she's sweeping into action boldly for Joe Ramos as these maiden 2-year-old fillies make the swing. It's Nymira. Nymira has taken the lead in the final furlong and a half from Motown Foxy Brown. Fuego Sunset, she's dropped back under pressure. On the outside, Just Dance is looking to stay on. They're deep in the final furlong. It's Nymira. Nymira leads by 3 to Just Dance, with toward the inside Golden Latte, who's into third. It's Nymira. Nymira won by 3 from Just Dance. Golden Latte was third, and then Headline Act.
Welcome back here to the paddock on a beautiful day in Shelbyville, Indiana. We haven't been able to say that too frequently. It's been a lot of rain, a lot of heat, a lot of rain here in Shelbyville, but a beautiful Saturday at that. Hopefully you're enjoying it no matter where you are. We are kicking off anew with the Late Fire 5 beginning just about 10 minutes from now. If you're still alive in that early Pick 5, congratulations on navigating a tricky first 4 races. The lowest payout is to the 6, just over $3,000, 50-cent wagering minimum, and $3,000 would be a great return to kick off your Saturday. Dreamy Druso is going to be on the board, and the top selection of yours truly for Michelle Elliott Gutierrez is going to be in the saddle for Ziggy Zaggy Stables, as Elliott and Gutierrez look to start heating up together in here. And this 3-year-old filly by Gormley is out of Kentucky Rose, an unraced Illinois-bred mare who has turned out her first foal. Now, on debut, this horse went off at 11-1, broke a little bit slow from the rail, moved up midway through the turn, and stayed on. It was a huge debut, even though they were beaten by 13 lengths in the slop. Stanka kind of ran away and hid and had experience and actually went out of that race to beat winners next out as well. Then they came back. They took a little bit of action, but they were a ton of value on a very wet track on June 25th. It was a big effort. They were right on the lead. They were 3 wide throughout. They forged ahead, opened up, and they were run down by a long winter's nap who went last to first. And despite Dreamy Druso doing all the heavy lifting, still galloped out well. Last time out, not really sure what happened. Don't try and guess what happened. They found a fast main track, 5.5 furlongs, maybe a little bit too sharp for them. For Dreamy Druso last time out, they were beaten by 10 lengths. But Tutu, the good news is Tutu did come back and ran a very, very nice effort against Allowance Group here on August 19th. They put up a 68 buyer in defeat. They lost to Willie's in charge, but they ran second against winners at the allowance ranks as well. So they have taken some tough defeats. They've been beaten by 13 lengths to Stanka, who won back-to-back, and then Tutu, who looks to be the real deal now. I think Dreamy Druso could be sitting on a win in here, 2-1 on the board. But Lexi's Lunar Rock, Brian Schilling takes over. Tanya Thompson, now ownership. Aaron Thompson gives way from the training over to Brian Schilling. Joseph Bielmer going to be calling the shots. You talk about a rider who would love to get a win and get back in the win colony. I'm sure Joseph Bielmer is feeling that, sitting there just looking for that elusive victory. 0 for 30 over the past 30 days. It would be great to see the kid get back into the winner's circle, turf to dirt in play. He's been aboard the last 2 starts for Lexi's Lunar Rock, a 3-year-old filly by Temperature, out of orange, black, and gold. I'm a little surprised that they're entered back on the dirt. The mare was all turf for Tom Proctor. In fact, she just rarely ever ran on the dirt. In fact, she never did run on the dirt. She ran on the synthetic at Old Hollywood Park for Tom Proctor. Some of the siblings, Uncle Huge, along with Jackson's Gold, they're all turf. So what to make of it on the dirt? The numbers fit. I mean, the dirt number fits. The turf number fits. If Lexi Lunar Rock takes to the dirt, she's certainly in with a big chance. But there are some conditions and training things that have been switching, ownership that's switching as well. And you got Joseph Bielmer looking for that first victory in the month of August. After that, we'll take a look at, well, hey there. Santo Sancher's been heating up. He's on a nice little run for himself. Bob Gorham trains this 3-year-old filly by Run Happy. The mare banked over $100,000 over in Maryland. The siblings, they haven't been a whole lot. They're 1 for 4. The lone winner is pretty solid, though. 5 for 6 over at Mahoning, being in the money. But 6, 4, and 1 as we kick off that Late Fire 5. Timing, again, just simply off our Late Fire 5 ticket has been constructed. It'll be on your screen as the horses are warming up. But a beautiful Saturday in Shelbyville. There's no stress here. It's horses and a Saturday and a day away from work. Sit back, relax, and enjoy as we kick off the lowest takeout in the land at 11.99% takeout. Late Fire 5 time coming up, coming at you next.
Nice job, Horseshoe Indianapolis, as Gary the Bugler brings the horses onto the track for race 5 of 10 carded on the day. Main track fast. Here the maiden filly sprint, a field of 7 to the post. Scratch the 2 Jitty Go, and number 9 Golden Creek has also been withdrawn. 2 and 9 both scratched. 7 She Show Is gets the meets leading jockey. Fernando de la Cruz on 7 She Show Is. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Here the start to the 50-cent late fire 5. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden filly sprint. Starts the 50-cent late fire 5 on the day. Main track fast, turf course good, turf rail at 36 feet on this Saturday here in town. Get your wagers in. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Santo Sanjor with the daughter of Run Happy. Well, hey there. 4 times started. Simmer Bermudez got the look. To make her bow, got the look. Got the look is joined. Well, hey there. Joseph Romero with Panthers Princess taking her position within the starting gate. Jose Gutierrez with Dreamy Druso went in well. Joseph Bimmer with Lexi's Lunar Rock. Couple to back. Fernando de la Cruz with She Show Is. One more. Color palette with Andres Aloha for Tony Granitz. The 2 first-time starters among the 7 at 6 furlongs. Comes the 5th of the day. They're in the gate. And they're off. Well, hey there was a bit slow to go. Got the look. Sharp away in the maroon cap. Quickly tackled to the inside by Panthers Princess. Was going for an early attack now for Joseph Romero. And well, hey there. Dashing up the rail like a rocket for Santo Sanjor. She was last away from the gate. Well, hey there. Has taken the top outside the half-mile pole. Opens up a couple lengths. On the outside, got the look. And toward the inside is Panthers Princess running in third. Color palette is a wide 4th. To the inside is Lexi's Lunar Rock in tight quarters as they round the far turn. Dreamy Druso wide. She Show Is trails the maiden filly sprint. The quarter was 22.60 seconds. Well, hey there. Just leads. Simmer Bermudez and the newcomer got the look. Coming up here to well, hey there. As they turn for home past the quarter pole. Color palette is into third from Lexi's Lunar Rock. Further back to Dreamy Druso, who straightens away in 5th from Panthers Princess, and She Show Is yet to pick up. Got the look. 1 furlong to go. It's Got the Look who's in front and edges left under pressure. Well, hey there is dropped back and charging is Lexi's Lunar Rock on the outside. Lexi's Lunar Rock slowly reeling. Got the Look in with Joseph Bimmer. Lexi's Lunar Rock scores the winning run by 3/4 length to Got the Look. Dreamy Druso third. Color palette finish 4th. Won 12.76 after the maiden. 4-5, and then a show photo number 4. Lexi's Lunar Rock. 3-1 first. Number 5 got the look. At 6-1 got the silver medal. Stand by for the 3rd and 4th from the judges. Joseph Bimmer getting on the Saturday and August score sheet here for Tanya Thompson and Brian Schling. 3rd time was the charm. Lexi's Lunar Rock. A bridesmaid no more. The judges have posted the 6 Dreamy Druso 3rd and 8 Color Palette 4th. 4-5, 6-8. And the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 4, Lexi's Lunar Rock with Joseph Bimmer. Well done, Joseph. Lexi's Lunar Rock is a 3-year-old dark Bear Brown filly by temperature. Out of the Rock Hard 10 mare, orange, black, and gold. Brian Schling trains for Tanya Thompson. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Lexi's Lunar Rock. Out to the maiden fillies ranks official. 4-5 exacta, $50.20. Color Palette was fourth. 10-cent superfecta returned $29.31. 50-cent trifecta, 4-5-6. There's that payout, $31.70. A 9-4 double for $41. The $1 early pick four, $665.80 on 4 out of 4. 50-cent pick 3 on races 3, 4, and 5 netted $38.80. 50-cent early pick 5 paid out $4,892.75, 5 out of 5. 7 ran in the maiden, 112.76. Race 6 next on the docket, 24 minutes away for the Turf Mile. Scratch number 10, Baby Doro. 10 Baby Doro has been scratched. Number 2, Couloir. The rider Walter Rodriguez. Walter Rodriguez rides the 2, Couloir. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Here the pentafecta featured on the Turf Mile. Double pick 3. It starts the $1 late pick 4 daily presented by Itoba. Races 6, 8, and 9. The $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick all Turf pick 3. That's featured today. The $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick all Turf pick 3. Races 6, 8, and 9. Course good, rail at 36 feet. Post time will now be at 2:49. And they're off. Well, hey there, was a bit slow to go. Got the look. Sharp away in the maroon cap. Quickly tackled to the inside by Panther's Princess, who's going for an early attack now for Joseph Romero. And, well, hey there, dashing up the rail like a rocket for Santo Sanjor. She was last away from the gate. Well, hey there, has taken the top outside the half-mile pole. Opens up a couple lengths. On the outside, got the look. And toward the inside is Panther's Princess running in third. Color Palette is a wide fourth. To the inside is Lexi's Lunar Rock in tight quarters as they round the far turn. Dreamy Druso wide. Shisho is trails the maiden filly sprint. The quarter was 22.60 seconds. Well, hey there. Just leads. Simmer Bermudez and the newcomer got the look. Coming up here to, well, hey there, as they turn for home past the quarter pole. Color Palette is into third from Lexi's Lunar Rock. Further back to Dreamy Druso, who straightens away in fifth from Panther's Princess, and Shisho is yet to pick up. Got the look. 1 furlong to go. It's got the look. Who's in front and edges left under pressure. Well, hey there is dropped back and charging is Lexi's Lunar Rock on the outside. Lexi's Lunar Rock slowly reeling. Got the look in with Joseph Bimmer. Lexi's Lunar Rock scores the winning run by 3/4 length to Got the Look. Dreamy Druso third. Color Palette finish fourth.
Tell us your name and how long you've worked here.
Bill Jackson, been here forever and a day.
Tell everybody what your job is.
I'm the site supervisor for International Sound.
And what's your favorite part of your job other than me?
Everything. It's so much fun. I get to go to the races every day.
This is, I don't like to play favorites, but tell everybody your name
Tim DeWitt,
and tell everyone how long you've worked here.
2004.
Longer than me. And what is your title?
Racing Operations Manager.
And what is your favorite part of your job besides me?
I love my job every day.
You have tons of different things that you have to do. You probably can't pick one.
I can't. I love them all.
He is literally runs around. If you need anything, Tim DeWitt right here, MVP. Tell us your name.
Eric,
And what is your title here?
General Manager.
What is your favorite part of your job besides me, obviously?
Your daughter, Ray.
My name is Ray.
And what's your position here at Horseshoe Indy?
I'm racing Rachel's daughter.
And how long have you worked here?
Since birth.
You want first name, last name? Scott Piney,
And tell us what your position is here at the track.
Associate Steward.
And other than me, what's your favorite part of your job? Don't worry,
No,
I say
it's
the only part.
No, it's just dealing with you. That's all I got.
I'm saying that to everybody, but I knew someone would take the bait. Just me.
Yes, absolutely.
Tell us your name.
Lauren.
And Lauren, what is your job here?
I'm a race marketing intern.
And how long have you been here?
This is my second day of work.
And based off those very small numbers, what is your favorite part of your job so far?
I like going out to get headshots of the jockeys at the jockeys' quarters.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
halfway through this special Saturday card here at the Shoe, and race number 6 coming up in just about 10 minutes. We'll start another turf race. We'll start another multi-leg race wager, and this will kick off not only the $1 Itoba Pick 4, but this is the first leg of the Horseshoe Hat Trick Turf Pick 3. That's a $1-based bet. That'll be on this race, and then the 2 handicap races, races 8 and 9, so 6, 8, 9. That will be the Horseshoe Hat Trick Turf Pick 3 starting here in race number 6. Again, we headed out to the turf course. Turf course rail set at 36 feet. The turf course listed as good. Playing pretty fair is the turf course, and we head out there in just about 10 minutes for this starter allowance optional claimer. It's a 16 starter optional $20,000 claiming race. And we do have a scratch of the 10 horse in here, Baby Doro. Baby Doro is out down to a field of 10. And you can tell by the betting board, this is the most competitive and puzzling race on the card. If you watch the Wire to Wire show, you heard Rachel and I talk about it. And you can tell by the betting board, the 8 horse is 4.5 to 1 favorite here in this 10 horse field. And I'm going to go to a horse that was a little bit bigger price than that on the morning line, but taking a little bit of support. Currently right now, the third choice, number 1, Code Name for Joel Campbell, former jockey from Chicago, comes from a great family. Of course, his dad Mike, his brother rode as well, Jesse, and here this horse that he'll give Santos Sanjura a leg up on looks great in the paddock. There he is, Chestnut Son, a Noble Mission out of a Speightstown mare named Reunion, has turf pedigree top and bottom here, and the horse has raced 12 times on the turf, 3 wins, and has been on the board half of those starts, 6 for 12 in the money. And I figure this horse, as long as the horse jumps well and, you know, breaks early, should go to the front. And I don't really know that anybody has the speed to go with him if they want to sustain. Maybe Shankar might go, but Shankar, I don't think is the class of a Code Name in that league, but Shankar is an okay horse as well. But I just like Code Name. The horse is just won as the favorite at Presque Isle over the synthetic with the time being 2 starts before when claimed for $16,000. That was a monster race at Tampa where he made all the pace under Jesus Castanon. That's the day Joel took him from Juan Aragata, and the horse is lightly raced, but when the horse is on his game, he's a super tough horse, and horse just isn't turning a hair in the paddock, looks great, and I'm going to use this horse on top for those reasons. Now, coming in also from Chi-Town is number 4, Canyon Streak. Hugo Rodriguez will give a leg up to the Frenchman. AA, Alex Ishard here. This one 6 to 1, and this one is a 2-time winner on the turf, 6 for 10 on the turf in all. What I liked about it, the horse does show that he likes the give in the ground, the soft turf. We are a good turf, so a little bit of moisture in the ground still, and look at that horse there, big tall thing there, a 4-year-old son of Kitten's Joy, Scat Daddy on the bottom side, so we know this horse certainly has the pedigree for the stamina and the turf, and we'll get some pace to chase. Should Code Name falter, somebody go out there and press him. Alex is a very good rider, is a good positional rider, should set a perfect trip on Canyon Streak, and when called upon, Canyon Streak should come closing here in race number 6 to get either the lion's share or at least a slice at a price currently 6 to 1 right now, and starting to tug on. You notice they had to put another groom or hot walker on the offside there to try to get him to relax there, but certainly looks the part in the paddock there with those Hugo blinkers. Now, number 9, Protonic Power is my third choice, currently 7 to 1 on the board, and Marcelina Pedroza, multiple champion jockey here, currently sitting 2nd or 3rd in the standings, has the call in Armando Hernandez. So I'm going with a Chi-Town try here. All 3 Chicago shippers here, or at least now I guess Illinois shippers, as most of them's gone to Fairmont in Collinsville. But Armando is a very good trainer, making his first start here of the meeting. This horse is a 7-time winner, now been 26 of 46 in the money, made almost $300,000, of which 85,000 has came on the turf. 14 starts on the turf, 3 wins, now 6 for 14 on the turf, and the horse has been facing some stiff competition. I went back and watched that turf race at Churchill where was beaten 6 lengths in behind a really good horse, right off Jerry, who came back and won the next race. That race is better than it looks. I know he ran 8th, only beat 3 horses, but he was only beaten 6 lengths, and it wasn't really easy to close that day there at Churchill Downs, but in the most recent start, he was flying to the finish, was only beaten 1.25 lengths, had a really good strong gallop scalp out there at Hawthorne. But I expect this one to come closing down the center of the course, and 7-1, pretty good price. So all in all, you can see certainly some good wagering opportunities here, some prices here, as the betting board shows the favorite still is with Shankar, the 8 at 4.5 to 1. If you're playing a bet like offered in here, like the dollar pick 4 presented by Itoba, you certainly want to get some coverage here, and that's in fact what I'm going to do here. I'm going to spread out. I'll use those I talked about, Code Name, Canyon Streak, and Protonic Power, but I will also add in the 2. I like this horse a little bit at 11 to 1. I think it's a huge price, should not be the longest shot on the board. I would definitely add the 2 in my play. Ramos with a win on the card has the call aboard number 5, Sure, for Jimmy Corrigan. I'm going to use that horse on the ticket, and Shankar as well. 1, 2, 4, 5, 8, 9. In Riv, I trust. So race number 7, I'm going with the Rivster, and Carolyn Wilson, number 5, My Chickadee. Walter Rodriguez comes into town. Riv had a couple entered in here. His other one scratched. In fact, there's 3 or 4 other scratches in there. I think My Chickadee for the $20,000. Riv's coming for the town for a reason, not the season. So that's the single today for me there. 8th race, we kick off handicap action. I'm going to use 2, 5, and 12 there in the Philly division. The Ellen's Lucky Star, Installed Zip, Elting, and the 12 Grand Harbor, Marina's Legacies, baby. I'll use them 3. Now, race number 9 to close out this Itoba pick 4. Number 1, Vienna Charm for Rodney, a 2-time winner for Brian Waltz on the turf. Use number 3, Hard Luck Prayer. And, of course, the obvious horse that everyone's using in there, number 6, Mr. T. So that's a $54 play, $1 bet. Also, don't forget that Horseshoe Hat Trick Turf Pick 3 that starts here in race 6. Good luck.
The horses called postward now for the 6th race. The starter turf mile. A field of 10. Scratch number 10, Bebe Doro. Number 10, Bebe Doro has been scratched. 2, Couloir, the rider Walter Rodriguez. Here on parade, there's Walter Rodriguez on the 2, Couloir in the burgundy silks. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Turf mile features the 10-cent Grand High 5. That's the pentafecta. Double pick 3. Start here, the $1 Itoba late pick 4. First leg this of the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick Gold Turf pick 3. Featured on the card. Course is good, around 36 feet, and a fast main track if you're wagering on the late pick 4. Starts here. Starter turf mile, 3 minutes away. For the second time here today, crossing over to the turf course at Horseshoe Indianapolis on final approach for the mile start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Santo Sanjo with code name, first to move into the starting gate. Alberto Burgos explosively joins him. Walter Rodriguez with Couloir coming up. The burgundy silks and cap of Couloir. Fernando de la Cruz with Sendero drew 7. Course good, around 36 feet. Elevated game. Rodney Prescott has a win on the card. Joseph Romero with Shankar. Alex Ajard with Canyon Streak. There's Canyon Streak moving into the frame. Here over the mile. Marcelino Pathosa Jr., Protonic Power drew 9. Shore would make it a hat trick of wins on the card for Joe Ramos. One more. Bourbon Curiosity, Joseph Bimmer riding for a double. Here over the mile, they're in the gate. And they're off. Shore bobbled at the start in the light blue. Codename away well, along with the gray elevated game, who's right up there in the early stages. Sendero just made a beeline toward the rail back in about 6th as they make their way toward the first turn. So Santo Sanjor, codename, leads past the awning, opening up an early advantage with 6 furlongs to run on elevated game, with on the outside Bourbon Curiosity and a white cap. Toward the inside is Canyon Streak, who has a share of 3rd as these leaders go to the back of this good course, with explosively next in 5th. 3 clear from Sendero, ground saving 6th as they go up the back, while 5 clear from Shankar and the Red Silks. Then comes Shore, who's next. The trailers are Couloir, and Protonic Power has dropped back to 10th. The first 2 of 8 furlongs in 23.34 seconds, and Codename leads the starter turf mile. They have inside a half mile to go, and Codename has opened up on elevated game by 7 lengths. As they go to the far side of the course, Bourbon Curiosity and Canyon Streak, they remain together for 3rd. Explosively a ground-saving 5th. Sendero is 6th. Shore in 7th. With toward the inside, Shankar in 8th. But now with inside 3 furlongs to go. After Shankar comes Couloir, and Protonic Power will have to pass them all, and has a quarter of a mile to do so. It's Codename as Elevated Game is launching a bid for Rodney Prescott. 3/4 will win at 12.72 seconds. They straighten away in the final furlong and a half. Elevated Game took the lead from Codename, who's under pressure. Canyon Streak slightly shifting. On the outside is Canyon Streak looking to get up here to Elevated Game. Explosively, Shankar checked hard toward the rail. They come past the 16th, and with Alex Ashar, Canyon Streak comes away with the win. Beats Elevated Game by a length and a half. Explosively was 3rd. Protonic Power on the wire was Shore, and Shankar was checked in the final furlong. $139.78 after the starter turf mile. Unofficial 436, photo for 4th inquiry into the stretch run. Unofficial number 4, Canyon Streak. 7-2 first over 3, Elevated Game. 19-1 on the runner-up. 6 explosively. 7-1 third, standby for the 4th. That's in the judges' hands. Inquiry into the stretch run. Alex Ashar here. Canyon Streak, 5th career win. This was start 19. Hugo Rodriguez, Victory Stables. It's Canyon Streak at 7-2. Unofficial inquiry into the running of the starter turf mile. Ongoing inquiry into the running of the starter turf mile. It's a dead heat for fourth between 5 Shore and 9 Protonic Power. 4, 3, the 6 explosively third. Fourth is a dead heat between 5 Shore and 9 Protonic Power. Once again, this is an inquiry into the stretch run. Hold all tickets. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winter Circle, number 4, Canyon Streak with Alex Ashar. Canyon Streak is a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Kitten's Joy. Out of J-Land by Scat Daddy, Hugo Rodriguez trains in the colors of David Rodriguez's Victory Stables LLC. The winner was bred in Texas by Jeff Kerber. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Canyon Streak. Takes the starter turf mile, unofficial. Ongoing inquiry into the running. Dead heat for fourth between 5 and number 9. The stretch run remains under a steward's review here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, blinking the 5 and 9. They're part of a dead heat for fourth. 5 Shore, number 9, Protonic Power, they dead heated for fourth. Inquiry concerns one code name in the green silks and Shankar in the red. There was an inquiry into the stretch run. No changes have been made to the running order. Again, bear in mind, there is a dead heat for fourth between 5 Shore and number 9 Protonic Power. A couple of winning Superfecta and potential Pentafecta payouts after the starter turf mile. Dead heat for fourth between the 5 and number 9. The result is now official. 4-3 exacta paid $161.60. 50-cent trifecta, $238.85. Pick 3 returned $66 even. Pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6. 4-4 double, $57.80. The 10-cent superfecta. Couple of pennies there. 5 Shore and 9 Protonic Power dead heated for fourth. The Pentafecta for $1,945. Once again, note a couple of winning Superfecta payouts. Number 5 Shore and number 9 Protonic Power. They were in the dead heat for fourth. In the starter turf mile, the 10 was a non-starter. Favorite Shore was in dead heat for fourth. 10 ran 139.78. There was a claim for 11 Bourbon Curiosity. $20,000 claim by trainer Tim Eggleston for owner Matt Kwiatkowski. Claimed Bourbon Curiosity. In the 7th race, maiden juvenile filly sprint, scratch 3 Hidden Hope, the 7 Chamita, the 8 Petechka, and the 10 back. No Pentafecta wagering, scratch 3, 7, 8, and 10 from the next. Exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3. Post time will be at 3:26.
Me and Gino are going to play Name That Tune. Does anybody want to win some free stuff? Lauren, hold up what you're going to give them. We've got some really fancy chocolate. Yeah, we got a big pack of chocolates, and then third place gets a dog bowl or a password book. So yell it out when you hear it. First person to yell it wins. It's not tequila. Come here, yellow shirt. It's I Dream of Jeannie. Today. Okay, the second one.
Yes.
Good job, babe. Okay, and this is a trick one.
gotta do it until they can all yell it. Good job, guys.
Here over the mile, they're in the gate. And they're off. Shore bobbled at the start in the light blue. Codename away well, along with the gray elevated game, who's right up there in the early stages. Sendero just made a beeline toward the rail back in about sixth as they make their way toward the first turn. So Santos Sanjor, Codename, leads past the awning, opening up an early advantage with 6 furlongs to run on elevated game, with on the outside Bourbon Curiosity and a white cap. Toward the inside is Canyon Streak, who has a share of third as these leaders go to the back of this good course, with Explosively next in fifth. 3 clear from Sendero, ground saving sixth as they go up the back, while 5 clear from Shankar and the Red Silks. Then comes Shore, who's next. The trailers are Cool War, and Protonic Power has dropped back to 10th. The first 2 of 8 furlongs in 23.34 seconds, and Codename leads the starter turf mile. They have inside a half mile to go, and Codename has opened up on elevated game by 7 lengths as they go to the far side of the course. Bourbon Curiosity and Canyon Streak, they remain together for third. Explosively a ground-saving fifth. Sendero is sixth. Shore in seventh. With toward the inside, Shankar in eighth. But now with inside 3 furlongs to go. After Shankar comes Cool War, and Protonic Power will have to pass them all, and has a quarter of a mile to do so. It's Codename as Elevated Game is launching a bid for Rodney Prescott. 3/4 woman at 12.72 seconds. They straighten away in the final furlong and a half. Elevated Game took the lead from Codename, who's under pressure. Canyon Streak slightly shifting. On the outside is Canyon Streak looking to get up here to Elevated Game. Explosively, Shankar checked hard toward the rail. They come past the 16th, and with Alex Ashar, Canyon Streak comes away with the win. Beats Elevated Game by a length and a half. Explosively was third. Proton
Gotta love some turf racing. What an exciting race that was here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, kicking off that Itoba pick 4 with Canyon Streak 940. A lot of trouble trips in there. Elevated Game looked like the winner moved a little bit too soon and just could not sustain that bid at long shot price in there. Elevated Game paid $18.40 to place as well. You don't always just have to although that's the way I like to handle things, but $18.40 to place, $10.20 underneath. Some big payouts underneath in race 6. We move along, rolling pick 3s, daily doubles. We'll head back out to the main track. Scratch 3, 7, 8, and 10 out of this event. We've got some first-time starters mixed in with some horses with experience as we approach those very nice handicaps here on a Saturday, the $100,000 handicap as well. A couple of nice $100,000 stakes races coming up shortly for that late daily double. Hopefully you're still alive in that horseshoe hat trick as well. But let's take a look at this field. Going 5 furlongs, I was hopeful to get a little bit of a price on CV Athena. That price apparently is gone, at least in the early stages of wagering. Is projected to go off as high as 4-1, as it looks like a lot of the late money is projected to go on My Chickadee. But Campos Family Ventures, this horse does have experience, debuted for a tag, had a terrible stumble at the beginning, was absolutely eliminated at the start, went right down to her face, and she did some running. I know she finished 5th, beaten by 7 lengths, so when you ask, like, what do you mean she did some running? Well, she was hopelessly last early in that race. She was wide. She came with a run. She kind of got right up to the leaders. I'm not sure she was totally right up to the leaders, but she did make a run. She made an effort. You could see her quickening in the turn, and she couldn't sustain the bid. It was her first start. She went down to her face. Wasn't a great beginning out of the gate, and then she ran and couldn't sustain it. That's understandable. If she breaks sharp today and she breaks much cleaner, she's going to have a lot more energy for that final eighth of a mile, and I think CV Athena is going to use that experience to aid her in here as she gets some more class relief for this 2-year-old filly by Mystic Guide. 8-5 on the board, but I think that's fool's gold. Horse is likely going to go off much closer to around 3-1. The 6 is Rosie Spoonbill. Joe Ramos has been red hot today. A 2-year-old filly by Cross Traffic. One of the Sibs is solid. The rest really aren't too much to write home about. Mayeto has 6 wins from 45 starts, banked over $100,000. The rest are just okay. The mare in her day, she was okay. But Bill Moore, he debuts with first-time starters winning at 13%. When he debuts them at maiden claiming, usually there is a significant gap. A lot of trainers won't debut at claiming, or a lot of them do, and when they do, they come to win. He's actually a tick higher than he is overall with first-time starters, winning at 16% when they debut for a tag. Make what you want of that, but Bill Morey certainly a little bit better than you might indicate if you're just reading the racing form, seeing 4% over the last 5 years. He's actually 13% with first-time starters in this uniquely colored gray Cross Traffic, 6-1 on the board. But a lot of the money is going to come in on the Mackenzie filly by Chickadee, a 2-year-old filly for Carolyn Wilson with Larry Ravelli. With everything going on at Hawthorne, Ravelli's going to be sending more horses here, and he hasn't always had a ton of success so far. He's winning at 13%. That's well below his national average, right around 27%. And his main man, Walter Rodriguez, has been feeling that heat as well. 5 for 8 in the money, but still winless. This is My Chickadee. She's a Florida bred herself. The mare was also a Florida bred who had won at Hawthorne and then retired very quickly. I think, if I remember right, only 2 or 3 starts, but did win in her second start. Ravelli wins with pretty much everything he does. If you look at the statistics, they're always very good. He wins at 26% with first-time starters, but unlike Bill Morey, who goes up debuting for a tag, it goes down quite significantly, in my opinion, when Larry Ravelli does debut for a maiden claiming tag. 26% overall, drops to 17% when they debut for a tag. We'll see if My Chickadee is the real deal. The money's going to come in. It's going to come in consistently, I do believe, but CV Athena is hanging right in, at least in the early stages of wagering. Rolly Daling doubles and pick 3 will crown another maiden before the big money on the line on a Saturday afternoon in Shelbyville, Indiana, as we approach a couple of very nice handicaps coming at you just a couple of minutes from now. Good luck.
All right, cheers, Gino. Bringing the horses onto the track for the 7th race. It's the 7th of 10 on the day. Here in the maiden juvenile filly sprint over the 5 furlongs, a field of 6. Scratch 3, Hidden Hope. 7, Chamita. The 8, Petechka. And 10, back. Scratch 3, 7, 8, and the number 10 from the race card. There's no grand high 5 featured here, with a quartet of scratches from the maiden No Pentafecta to be featured. Exacta trifecta, there is the 10-cent superfecta. Double pick 3. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes to get a bet on. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Joseph Romero with the first-time starter, Kimberly's Passion. Kimberly's Passion went in well. There's another newcomer, My Chickadee. Walter Rodriguez for Larry Ravelli. Carolyn Wilson's homebred. Mitchell Murrell joking around, went in well. Kimberly's Passion, My Chickadee's in. Joe Ramos with Rosie Spoonbill making her bow. Here over the 5 furlongs. Echo Paradise, Amir Mendoza has a win on the day. Now Rosie Spoonbill. Fast Track, one more. Alexander Crispin, CV Athena. She was 5th here on debut to Spring Loaded. They're all in line. They're off and sprinting. Joking around right into action for Mitchell Murrell. Chasing Echo Paradise in the red cap. My Chickadee and CV Athena joins them on the 4 outside. Rosie Spoonbill and the other newcomer, Kimberly's Passion, has dropped back to last. They round the far turn that way, and Joking Around spearheads them. So Joking Around down another peg in class. Leads around the far turn, CV Athena, as they come toward the quarter pole. My Chickadee being driven to gain now from 3rd. The first 2 of 5 furlongs in 22.58 seconds. Echo Paradise straightens away in 4th. We come back to Rosie Spoonbill and finally Kimberly's Passion. CV Athena sweeping after Joking Around as they come down toward the final furlong. Alexander Crispin and CV Athena just has gained the advantage. 1 furlong to go. CV Athena drifting off her path. Joking Around tries to respond. My Chickadee continues to charge hard on the outside. Echo Paradise up the rail. My Chickadee, CV Athena, save it home from My Chickadee. Joking Around 3rd and Echo Paradise finished 4th. .101.26 after the maiden juvenile filly sprint. 101.26. Win Photograph. It was 2-1 on number 9, CV Athena. Will get the result over number 5, My Chickadee. 2 Joking Around, and 4 Echo Paradise. There was no Pentafecta featured. 9-5-2-4. There it is. 9 CV Athena at second asking. Alexander Crispin. For Kenia Hernandez and Campos Family Ventures, another win here this meet. It's CV Athena at second asking. Result official. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner, circle number 9, CV Athena with Alexander Crispin. CV Athena, 2-year-old made filly by Mystic Guide. Out of Tap in Tune by McLean's Music. Camilla Hernandez trains for Campos Family Ventures LLC of Gladys Campos and others. Winner at second asking. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of CV Athena. Out to the maiden ranks. Here are the results. Our premier races ahead, the Ellen's Lucky Star and the Snack Handicaps, both turf miles. Fast track here after the maiden. There was no pentafecta featured. CV Athena and that last leg of a 50-cent pick 3 returned $91.95. 9.5 exact at $23.60. 50-cent trifecta, 9.52, $19.90. 4.9 double, $78.40. 10-cent superfecta netted $8.87. Echo Paradise was fourth. 101.26 after the running of race 7. 24 minutes away from the first of our premier races on the day, the Ellen's Lucky Star. Here's Scratch. 13, Country Embrace. 14, Once More. And 15, Amy L. Scratch the also eligibles. 12 in the body run. Course good, rail of 36 feet. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The Ellen's Lucky Star features the 10-cent Grand High 5. That's the pentafecta wager. 12 to start. First leg of the $5 last call thoroughbred double. Final pick 3 of the day, races 8, 9, and 10. First of our premier races, the Ellen's Lucky Star. Handicap at the top of the hour. They're off and sprinting, joking around right into action for Mitchell Murrell, chasing Echo Paradise in the red cap. My Chickadee and CV Athena joins them on the 4 outside. Rosie Spoonbill and the other newcomer, Kimberly's Passion, has dropped back to last. They round the far turn that way, and joking around spearheads them. So joking around down another peg in class, leads around the far turn CV Athena as they come toward the quarter pole. My Chickadee being driven to gain now from third. The first 2 of 5 furlongs in 22.58 seconds. Echo Paradise straightens away in fourth. We come back to Rosie Spoonbill and finally Kimberly's Passion. CV Athena sweeping after joking around as they come down toward the final furlong. Alexander Crispin and CV Athena just has gained the advantage. 1 furlong to go. CV Athena drifting off her path. Joking around tries to respond. My Chickadee continues to charge hard on the outside. Echo Paradise up the rail. My Chickadee, CV Athena, save it home from My Chickadee. All in line. From the maiden juvenile filly sprint, there was a claim. Number 5, the runner-up, My Chickadee, for $20,000 was claimed away by trainer Hugo Rodriguez for owner David Rodriguez. They had a win on the card. They've claimed My Chickadee from race 7.
The 18th running of the Ellen's Lucky Star is coming up next. Me and Jimmy Mack out here in the paddock taking a look at them. A couple of them looking a little feisty. A lot of them looking real good, Jimmy Mack.
Yeah, really good field. Most of these fillies are minding their manners here in the paddock. A couple of them are on their toes, but not overly hot on a warm day like this.
Yeah. We're going to start here with Jimmy and I have similar numbers
We're
like
close.
I alluded to today. The 12 is who we're going to start with, which is Jimmy's top selection here is Grand Harbor, Oscar Villarreal aboard for Aaron West. Got a couple. This one's for fillies, 3-year-olds and up. So we'll talk about the boys in the next race. But this one, you know, coming off that win in a stakes race, looks really good in this field too.
Yeah, she looks really good, and we were talking about her when she was walking by earlier. Aaron West, in fact, won this race last year, looking to go back-to-back. Now Phil Gilson and Melanie and several of the Bone Doctors own this one. We talked about her mother, Marina's legacy, on the Wire to Wire show. She was a 2-time turf stake winner here in the state. So Grand Harbor, I think, on the stretch out, Rachel, is going to love the addition of the ground.
I'm getting old enough now that I know.
You remember the moms?
Yeah, whenever a mom that I interviewed or got to see, it's always fun. But Bone Doctors here, and here's the thing that's going to make this tough, and we were talking about it earlier. These horses, some of them haven't even tried turf. Some of them have maybe once, and this is one of the ones that hasn't. What do you look for particularly when you're looking at a horse that's trying turf? Anything?
As far as on paper, the pedigree, and as far as
seeing who tells you they like, you know, we've got Medina over here fighting with the one, and he just said, yeah, we'll see. You know, you don't know. Not even the trainer knows how they're going to run on it because you can't train on it.
He zipped it. Some of their confirmation to indicate you can see him in the paddock, but once, you know, when we put out our picks early in the day, we can call an audible when you see him in here.
Yeah.
Some people look for, you know, certain build in their shoulders or hindquarters or, you know, a big turfy foot, if you will.
Exactly, the turning of the turf foot. And the 12 right now, 10-1. We're going to go.
Huge price.
Oh, huge price. We're going to go to the 5, El Ting. I always say Tinge, and John always corrects me, but it is El Ting.
It's El Ting. It's named after
Yes.
a woman in Cincinnati who was a really big sports star and was. Her life was cut short by an injury, but John Langmar names all his horses after Cincinnati-related things, so he tried to pick a really good one, and she is a good one, just had tough racing luck so far.
And a little bit of a nod to that, maybe a sign. I did put a Cincinnati Bengals.
I see it on the script.
Yeah,
Who
for
day,
you.
baby, who day.
Who day. Marcelino Pedroza, one of our top jockeys here, is aboard this 3-year-old filly and has been pretty much exclusively Unbridled Express, our very talented sire for Spooky Hollow Racing. Look at this one. I mean, we talked about it last year when she ran off. I fell in love with her. I thought she had a lot of talent.
Got loose?
Yeah, she got loose, and I was like, "Dang, that girl ran 4 races. Let's get her back on the." And then it seems like she just can't get out of her own head a little bit.
Yeah, something always happens with her, but boy, if she ever puts it together, she definitely has the talent. Just needs to have the right kind of racing luck, and maybe today's her day.
Yeah, the 5 right now sitting on the tote board at 9-1, so we got some nice prices here. Let's talk about my top pick, and then we'll go to the 2 because I really do like that one. Lady Chaos, though, looking really tough and just improving in the right way. She's got a nice number here for Rob Dobbs. He's had a nice couple of years. Irving Mankata aboard, and they've had nothing but success together.
Yeah, the horse started off the career. Any kind of horse came back and won the second race, that first level allowance race. And then her last race in the Hooters Breezer Sophomore, she kind of was parked out wide and, was in the 10-hole, kind of parked out and stayed there and made a run and just kind of flattened out late when Grand Harbor snuck through along the fence and her stablemate Liam Charge nabbed her on the square for the second spot. But another one according to pedigree, Rachel, I think should relish the route of ground.
Yeah, me and Jimmy and I both have a horse on top here that has not ran on turf. They've only sprinted on dirt, so this is going to be a big change, and like we've always said, and most people do, you never know what they're going to do till they do it. So they could love it, they could hate it, we're about to find out. And then the 2, Instilled Zip, also another thing that me and Jimmy were talking about early today. Tony Granite's just really, really good on the turf, and this one, Lucky J Stable, Walter Rodriguez gets them out. I'm kind of interested to see what this one does after the effort last time on July 10th.
Yeah, Tony's the winner of this race a few years ago, Mamala Kamala as well. This one has a bullet work here recently on August 14th, debuted a winner. Has never went the route of ground, but has been on the turf. Rachel was 3rd, 2 back against Open Company and ran respectable.
Yeah, so maybe we can get back to that form a little bit after throwing in kind of a clunker. It really just didn't get a very good trip in that race, but a lot of talent in here. There's a lot of horses that you could go with. One that I would mention that, again, we did talk about earlier in the pre-race show was Swiss Meringue, the 7. Sorry to throw an audible at you guys, but
They're good. Don't catch it.
yeah, I know. My guys are good, aren't they? And this one, the 7, I'm telling you, Santo's coming off a double. And Lauer trains these horses in races. He does not wait until in the morning. This man puts them in with the thought, I think, and the foresight to say, hey, I want to throw in a couple of these races because I want this horse to be ready for these Indiana bred stakes.
Yeah, and he's won this race 4 times and knows what he's doing. In fact, the race we're coming up next after this is named after a horse he trained, the Snack. But Swiss Meringue, we talked about turf form. The horse has raced on the turf at a route of ground. And the most recent start was second, beating a length for behind Kara Toy's Sweet Heat.
We got 6 minutes to post, and I do just want to say, since my Maggie Wolfendale channeling has been so good this year, me and Jimmy were standing here, and that 8 feels real good.
The 8 would be the paddock pick, right?
Yes, the 8 would be the paddock pick. She is fit, she's sleek, she's feeling fiery, smoking hot justice. And Aaron West, I feel like he's sneaky with some of this stuff. Like, you get 2 Aaron West horses, and you totally ignore one, the other one runs and makes a big effort.
Yeah, it's in this race maybe so because the horse that's highly touted, Grand Harbor, is a bigger price than the one we're talking about right now, Smoking Hot Justice, who was the beaten favorite in the most recent start. But she is a handicap winner in the field and a handicap winner at a route of ground.
Yes.
So some black type there in her form. She'd buy Harry's Holiday out of a hard spun mare, and Justice has been an awful big supporter of this Indiana program, so it'd be nice to see them get one of these.
Look, the 7 Swiss Meringue is the current favorite, but the board, woo, this is a tough race. Jimmy McNerney on 12.52, Racing Rachel on 10.12.5. So pretty similar, you guys, but a couple of top picks that have not ran a route or on grass. So this is going to be a very exciting and fun betting race. We wish you all of the luck in the 18th running of the Ellen's Lucky Stars. Jockeys are getting the leg up. Horses are headed to the track. We'll be right back with Mr. John G. Dooley for your post parade.
Gary Lozier bringing the horses onto the track for race 8, the first of our premier handicaps on the day. Here's the Ellen's Lucky Star. Over the mile, course good, rail of 36 feet and a dozen run. Scratch the also eligibles, 13 Country Embrace, 14 Once More, and 15 Amy L. 12 in the body run, scratch the AEs, 13, 14, and the number 15. Here's the field on parade for the Ellen's Lucky Star. The one is Spirited Justice. Armir Mendoza rides for Tomas Medina and Kili Shea Justice. Number 2, Instilled Zip. Walter Rodriguez takes the call. Postford for Tony Granitz and Calvin Johnston's Lucky J Stables LLC. 3, Sweet Jana Elise with Mitchell Morrill. Tony Granitz trains, co-owns with Joseph Bowers. Number 4 is Prayer Unbridled. Joe Ramos with a couple of wins on the card. Riding here for owner and trainer Terry Phillips. Number 5 is Elting. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. riding for John Langmeyer's Spooky Hollow Racing Incorporated. Number 6, Over and Above. Rodney Prescott on the Saturday score sheet. Riding here for Ed Wright Cattle Company and LTB Incorporated of Terry Flint, Shannon McGovern trains. Swiss Meringue is drawn 7. Santo Sanjo riding for Mike Lauer. Trains Penny Lauer's homebred. Number 8, Smoking Hot Justice, Fernando de la Cruz for Aaron West and Alexa Ashton Justice. Sweet Summertime from Post 9. Alex Ajar has a turf win on the day. Riding here for Equine Futures LLC, Paul Jackson, and trainer Miguel Silva Racing LLC, the Black Silks. Number 10, Lady Chaos with Irving Moncada back on board. The Turbo Compressor filly for Rob Dobbs Jr. Trains for Ken Sentel, Judy Dorse, and Dan Lynch, the ownership. Number 11, Kaboom. Joseph Belmer has a win on the day. Riding here for Michael Lauer and Penny Lauer. And number 12, Grand Harbor with Oscar Villarreal. Makes the turn. The Instagram filly. Bred here in the Hoosier State by owner Bone Doctor Stable of Phil Gilson and others. And she's trained by Aaron West. 12 for the 2026 Ellen's Lucky Star. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Pentafecta. Starts at the $5 last call thoroughbred double. Post time at the top of the hour. Once again, the turf course here, if you're just joining, rated good. First of our premier races on the day, the Ellen's Lucky Star. Course good, rail of 36 feet for this and the snack handicap. Fast track for the finale to wrap up our final pick 3.
Horses are out on the track for the Ellen's Lucky Star, $100,000 on the line. My horse is supposed to be a long shot, Swiss Meringue, 15-1 morning line, currently favored at 5-1, but I would venture to guess you won't see too many races around the country with a betting board like this. Favoritism currently at 9-2. Nobody really knows which Indiana bred's going to take to the turf, but one thing you don't have to guess with Swiss Meringue, she handled the turf beautifully in her debut July 16th. She's well spaced. She's been given about 6 weeks off. She was part of a 3-headed speed duel. She kind of took back off the top 2 wisely under the guidance of Santos Sager, and she came with a nice run, tried hard throughout, just could not go as Sweet Heat. Galloped out best, looked like a horse who absolutely loved the turf, and she's kind of really turned a page this season. Since they moved her to 2 turns, she's done a little bit of everything. She's tracked, she's rated, she's won on the lead, and I think there's upside with Swiss Meringue, although I do like her significantly better at that 15-1 morning line. A couple other horses. I know Jimmy Mack and Rachel touched on Eltinge, but Instilled Zip, Tony Granitz, Walter Rodriguez for Lucky J Stables. They tried this one on the turf, sprinting at 2 years old. Now they're going to try and go long, second off of a lengthy layoff. The first time they get Lasix is today. The mare banked over $100,000 through 4 victories, all of them coming on the turf. And one of the siblings, Major Sparks, a 6-time winner on the turf as well, banking over $200,000. So Jimmy and Rachel did a great job taking you through a wide-open betting race in here with $100,000 on the line. I'm going to try and go with Swiss Meringue, but you really can't fault anyone's opinion in a race like this. You've got Indiana breds running for 6 figures, many of them trying the turf for the first time. I'll try Swiss Meringue, but you might want to take a second look at Instilled Zip and Eltinge as they head over to the turf course. We'll throw it up to John G. Dooley.
All right, cheers, Brian Aragoni. Right now, Swiss Meringue, a 4-1 favorite. Getting ready to cross over to the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis for the first of our premier races on the day. Course good, turf rail at 36 feet. The 3-year-old fillies going over to the Caesars course. These 3-year-old fillies turn for home. 3-year-old fillies come toward the quarter pole. It's a Spirited Justice toward the inside. Spirited Justice, that's Swiss Meringue. Instilled Zip, Smoking Hot Justice. Names there. They've arrived at the gate. It's post time for the Ellen's Lucky Star. Once again, good afternoon to all joining us here at the track. Loading for the first of our premier races. Mir Mendoza, Spirited Justice in. Santo San Jorge, Swiss Meringue. Fernando de la Cruz, Smoking Hot Justice loaded. Here over the mile, Walter Rodriguez with Instilled Zip, drew 2. 12 run. Mitchell Sweet, Jana Elise. Another one here for Tony Granitz. Prayer Unbridled, Joe Ramos has a couple of wins on the day. Alex Ashar, Saturday score sheet, Sweet Summertime drew 9. Irving Moncada with Lady Chaos to post 10. Marcelino Pathosa Jr., El Ting takes her spot within the starting gate. Now Lady Chaos. Right now Swiss Meringue, a 7-2 favorite. Rodney Prescott with Over and Above. Joseph Bielmer has a win on the day. Kaboom drew 11, and one more Oscar Villarreal with Grand Harbor. Course good, rail at 36 feet. Up comes Grand Harbor. Over the mile. The first of our 2 premier handicaps here. Grand Harbor. Oh, it's 8-1. They're in the gate. They're off. And the Ellen's Lucky Star 2026. Spirited Justice away well. Instilled Zip is front rank along with Sweet Jana Elise across the course here in the early stages. Prayer Unbridled now going for an early run, and Over and Above is right with her. So Joe Ramos, Prayer Unbridled just leads. Over and Above out to the stretch with Spirited Justice in third upon settling as these 3-year-old fillies go to the back of this good rated course. Sweet Jana Elise is next in 4th. Lady Chaos found the rail in 5th. Grand Harbor in the purple is 6th and right with Lady Chaos midfield. Then comes Smoking Hot Justice, who's out deep on the course under the hands of Fernando de la Cruz. Meantime, Instilled Zip stays nearer toward the rail at 36 feet. We come back to Swiss Meringue, who's past midfield in advance of El Ting, who's running in 10th, with on the outside Kaboom, her bid, and Sweet Summertime is last of a dozen. The first 2 furlongs of the mile, 23.14 seconds, inside a half mile to go. Where Prayer Unbridled still leads Over and Above, who's right there pestering her through a half mile in 47.58. They round the far turn. It is Over and Above who's taken the lead, as right there is Smoking Hot Justice, who's quickening up now to take the lead, and Grand Harbor follows with the bid. To the inside, Over and Above is under pressure as they come past the quarter pole. The half was 47.58, and with Fernando de la Cruz, Smoking Hot Justice leads these fillies for home. 2 lengths in front of Grand Harbor. Swiss Meringue is staying on. Over and Above has dropped back from her early efforts. Kaboom is lugging in, and then comes Sweet Jana Elise, who heads the rest. They're deep in the final furlong of Santo San Jorge. Swiss Meringue is up to Smoking Hot Justice in a battle. That's a close call between Swiss Meringue and Smoking Hot Justice. Photo. Kaboom was back in third, well clear from Grand Harbor, and Sweet Summertime was next. The Ellen's Lucky Star is up to the judges. $140.57. Good finish to the first of our premier handicaps. It's a win photograph and the Ellen's Lucky Star. Up to the judges. Here's the verdict. 7, 8, 11, 12, 9, 7 Swiss Meringue. 7-2 first. 8 Smoking Hot Justice at 7-1, just missed. 11 Kaboom. 31-1 third. 12 Grand Harbor. 11-1 fourth, and 9 Sweet Summertime back in fifth. Santo Sanjor for Penny Lauer and more. Mike Lauer, Power, and the Ellen's Lucky Star. Swiss Meringue at 7-2 got the verdict. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, number 7, Swiss Meringue with Santo Sanjor. Swiss Meringue is a 3-year-old dark mare brown filly by Higher Power. Out of the flatter mare frosting. Mike Lauer trains for Penny Lauer. The winner was bred here in the Hoosier State by Penny Lauer and Mike Lauer. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Swiss Meringue. Another Ellen's Lucky Star in the history books for the Lauers. Results in, good finish. 7-8 Exacta, took a win photograph, 116.60. 50-cent trifecta, $602.25. The Pentafecta carries over to the snack. A Pentafecta snack for $2,109. That on to race 9 for the Pentafecta. 50-cent trifecta, 7-8-11, $602.25. 9-7 double paid $142.20. 10-cent superfecta, $1,265.64. And the pick 3, $152.10. Winners presentation in the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle. Vice President and General Manager Racing Eric Holstrom. Director of Racing and Racing Secretary Chris Polson and his assistant Chris Kamak. Winners presentation to the connections of Swiss Meringue. Got up to win the Ellen's Lucky Star. 24 minutes away from the snack in that handicap with a Pentafecta carryover. Scratch the 5, Brazilian Conexao. 14, Falconero. Scratch 15, Quaint, and 16. Which side are you on? Do note, the 13, Our Jalapeno, has drawn in. Our Jalapeno, the number 13, will run. Scratch the 5, 14, 15, and 16. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, Pentafecta carryover. $2,109. Final double of the day. Post time 4:35.
The Ellen's Lucky Star, and I said on Steve Bick, he brought you up, and we'll talk about that in a second, but I did have you in my superfecta, but I didn't have you as a winner. But Santo, you had a double yesterday. Swiss Meringue, just where were you guys sitting at the beginning of the race? I didn't even see you until coming into the far turn, I think.
I know what I got. You know, since the first race I rode her, I know she liked the grass. So I was like, they're going to go try to break and go, and then I'm just going to sit behind and then make one move. So
man, they really went too. There was a big gap between you guys.
Yeah, I mean, she finished pretty strong, you know, like, and I love her. She's pretty classy filly. I appreciate Mr. Mike and then my agent Dennis Cooper that always got my back. And then yeah, everything's going all right. So
gotta love Coop. He always has my back too. Congratulations, Santo.
So much. Thank you.
All right, Mike. Like I was telling you, I got to give a shout out to Steve because he called this on the show, and it seems like, and I told him, I said, I'm telling you, I've watched Mike Lauer for a long time, and I feel like you use some of these races, allowances, and maidens as prep races for these, and it looks like that happened here in the lead up to this race.
No, it did. I mean, there are certain races that you can have preps for, the allowance races.
Wow, and she just really looked good. Well, congratulations to you and Penny on this one.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have the snack coming up. Stick around.
They're off. And the Ellen's Lucky Star 2026, Spirited Justice away well. Instilled Zip is front rank along with Sweet Jana Elise across the course here in the early stages. Prayer Unbridled now going for an early run, and Over and Above is right with her. So Joe Ramos, Prayer Unbridled just leads Over and Above out to the stretch with Spirited Justice in third upon settling as these 3-year-old fillies go to the back of this good rated course. Sweet Jana Elise is next in fourth. Lady Chaos found the rail in fifth. Grand Harbor in the purple is sixth and right with Lady Chaos midfield. Then comes Smokin' Hot Justice, who's out deep on the course under the hands of Fernanda de la Cruz. Meantime, Instilled Zip stays nearer toward the rail at 36 feet. We come back to Swiss Meringue, who's past midfield in advance of Elting, who's running in 10th, with on the outside Kaboom, Her Bid, and Sweet Summertime is last of a dozen. The first 2 furlongs of the mile, 23.14 seconds, inside a half mile to go, where Prayer Unbridled still leads Over and Above, who's right there pestering her through a half mile in 47.58. They round the far turn. It is Over and Above who's taken the lead, as right there is Smokin' Hot Justice, who's quickening up now to take the lead, and Grand Harbor follows with the bid. To the inside, Over and Above is under pressure as they come past the quarter pole. The half was 47.58, and with Fernando de la Cruz, Smokin' Hot Justice leads these fillies for home. 2 lengths in front of Grand Harbor. Swiss Meringue is staying on. Over and Above is dropped back from her early efforts. Kaboom is lugging in, and then comes Sweet Jana Elise, who heads the rest. They're deep in the final furlong of Sando Sanjor. Swiss Meringue is up to Smokin' Hot Justice in a battle. That's a close call between Swiss Meringue and Smokin' Hot Justice. Photo. A Boom was back in third. Well.
With the girls going to Swiss Meringue in Santos Sager, we move ahead to the snack handicap. 100,000 on the line. This one for state-bred Indiana boys in here, all 3 years old as well. 1 mile on the turf course, scratch 5, 14, 15, and 16 are out. Pace complexion does change a little bit with Brazilian Conexo waiting to go back to the dirt. But let's take a look at this field in here. We've got a heavily backed favorite and the class and Mr. T exiting the Indiana Derby. But I'm going to go a little bit of a different direction in here for Tony Granitz with Alex Ashard for Tail Gunner, 3-year-old colt by Tiz the Law. He was one of my favorites back in the day, but unfortunately just didn't get him home very often or as much as I would have liked. This is a horse who has one try on the turf. I like that they got their experience here on the turf on Independence Day. The turf times were fast. It was a hot, steamy day, so the numbers were maybe a little bit inflated, but I like that they have experience on the turf. Horses can oftentimes move up. Second time on the turf, we just saw with Swiss Meringue. Second time on the turf. They got their experience. They didn't win in the turf debut. Now they came back, second time out. They know what they're doing. And Tail Gunner exits a good race. I mean, 9 questions is legitimate on the turf. In fact, 9 questions has always been on the turf. 2 wins from 9 starts and 9 questions. Also a Tony Granitz trainee and is a little bit older as well, as is Jailhouse Justice. So uniquely, Tony Granitz ran 1, 2, and 3 in there, all with turf runners. Now, Granitz does just fine on the dirt. He's not just all turf by any means, but it is unique that the one time Tail Gunner tried it, it was against older and lost to 2 stablemates in 9 and Jailhouse Justice, both who have multiple victories on the turf, has been well spaced. They tried the Hoosier Bred Sophomore Stakes on Indiana Derby Day, lost to JR Shadowboy, as everyone has. He just came back to win again this week. I think there's upside in here. Horse who has proven around 2 turns, appearingly to give signs that they may be proven on the turf course, 5-1, a great price in here, and I think Alex Ashard is going to fit this horse beautifully down here once they get on the turf. 5-1, a value player in here. But speaking of value, Oscar D is being overlooked. Bob Dobbs, his runner in the girls' version of the race, didn't take to the turf all that well, but unlike the filly, this colt has experience on the turf, and it's good experience as well. Alberto Burgos, a guy I value very high, especially on the turf. This one is a winner on the turf. Now, was it all that impressive? Was at the maiden claiming ranks? I thought it was impressive. At 2 years old, if you can win going along in the turf, there may be some talent there. And they always knew that this one was going to take to the turf, maybe go a little bit longer. Neck is bowed, looks sharp. I like that this one's been given 6 to 7 weeks off. Another one who exits that exact same race of Tail Gunner. It was fast times, showed a little bit of speed, made a mid-race run, and just couldn't sustain the bid. If they get back to what they did in the slop here in an off-turf event or what they showed last year, I think there's certainly upside. They did kind of run early on in that race, maybe a little bit hard to settle, moved a bit early, were very wide. It just wasn't their best day. Now they come back, certainly looks the part down here, looks filled out, been finishing off the feed bucket per se for Oscar D, and I think 14-1 is way too high of a price. This horse has 2 wins in a row between last year and this year. Exits the race, I deem live. We'll see if that shakes out, but also a win on the turf going around 2 turns. That's more than many in this field can say. 14-1, too high on Oscar D. The 13 is our Jalapeno. Another Bob Dobbs runner in here, Evan Roman. This one was closing really incredibly quick on July 9th. Now, again, this was midsummer. This was before the rainstorms. You need an arc to get from to fro. But July 9th, this one closed into it. And that was a time where not a whole lot of runners were like closing from the back of the pack. They kind of lingered in last. They did go fast. But this one was the only one who was closing into Polar Drift and was closing quite quickly as well. I always notice, who they run against. Polar Drift is a horse. He's got 2 wins for Bob Gorham, has made some money, but is always on the turf and had been in very good form and was actually the favorite on that day that our Jalapeno just, I won't say mistimed, it just needed a couple more jumps. A couple more jumps and our Jalapeno would have got Berger Racing another winner. The mare was an Ohio bred. She was pretty classy herself. She won 5 races, multiple stakes races over at Belterra and Thistle Downs, banking about $200,000. So they're seeing if they can get our Jalapeno some black print in here with Berger Racing Stables and Evan Roman. 7-1 on the board, but everybody is just hammering Mr. T, and I don't blame you. I just couldn't settle for 6-5 on a horse who hasn't tried the turf yet. This season, they did debut on the turf against Open Company, so they must have thought that Mr. T was going to handle the turf maybe a little bit better than he did. That was on debut. It was an Indiana bred against open competition. It's really not anything to make light of that he has tried the turf and he didn't run very well. It was his debut. Since then, he's been in very good form. He's ran in some of the biggest races for 3-year-olds this season in the Grade 3 Lexington as well as the Indiana Derby. Last time out against Leading Change, the undefeated Leading Change for Brad Cox. We'll see if Mr. D can get back to the turf where he debuted, as they're betting him as if he can't lose an Indiana-bred facing state-bred competition, something he hasn't done all that often. I'm sure he'll appreciate the class relief today for Bally Boy Racing. We'll see how it shakes out. $100,000 on the line as 3-year-olds take to the turf for the snack handicap. Good luck.
The call to the post for race 9, the Snack. This handicap over the mile, turf course good, rail of 36 feet, here a field of 12. Scratch 5, Brazilian Conexao, 14, Fog and Arrow, scratch 15, Quaint, and 16, Which Side Are You On? Here's the field for the Snack handicap. 1, Vienna Charm, Rodney Prescott has a win on the card, riding here for owner and trainer Brian Waltz. 2, Tainted Justice with Fernando de la Cruz. Bob Gorham trains for Marion F. Gorham Revocable Trust. Here's the blue 3, Hard Luck Prayer with Andres Aloha. Trained by Bob Gorham for Mast Thoroughbreds LLC, Henry Mast. Number 4, My Lunar Charm, partnered again with Irving Moncada. Steve Fosdick trains for owner Blaine Davidson, scratch number 5. Here's the 6, winner of the 2025 Indiana Futurity. The end of last season, Mr. T. Mitchell Morrill rides for Justin Bailey and Bally Boy Racing LLC of Justin Bailey. Number 7, Tail Gunner with Alex Ashar. Tony Granitz trains for Dick Perkins. 8, Q's Top Notch with Amir Mendoza. Well, the first of the day, riding here for Gennaro Garcia Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated, Bruce Murphy and Lori Murphy, the ownership. Number 9, Oscar D. with Alberto Burgos. Rob Dobbs Jr. trains for breeder Joseph Hickman and Stacy Hickman. Here's the 10 Star Promise, Joe Ramos riding for a hat trick of wins on the day. Here for Thirsty Acres Racing LLC of Tiana Richardville. 3-star stable Ron Jones and Dave Deckard, the ownership. 11, Mr. Sledgehammer with Alexander Crispin back on board, the son of Looking Cool for Tiana Richardville's Thirsty Acres Racing LLC. 12, Mystic Justice with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Postword for trainer Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated. And drawing in 13, our Jalapeno with Evan Roman. Rob Dobbs Jr. trains for breeder owner Berger Racing Stables LLC of Maureen and Greg Berger. The 12 of them for the 2026 Snack Handicap. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Final double of the day, and there's a carryover. The 10-cent Grand High Five. That's the Pentafecta for $2,109. Due up soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are just a few minutes from the snack stakes here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We're going to be running over to the 3. And you know what? I just honestly told my AV guys that I wanted to talk about. Oh, that was the 13th. They were just readjusting and popping it back up there. All right, you guys. I just want to talk a little bit about my top pick, and then I'm going to tell you who I thought looked really, really impressive. Because if you guys listened to Jimmy in the paddock for the 8th race, I said throw in the 7 because Lauer preps for these kind of races, and I said visually my paddock pick is the 8, and it came in exactly like that. So visually, Mr. T, I mean, look at this guy. He's an imposing big. They debuted him on turf actually sprinting, but he completely went sideways out of the gate, and they were back last by 14. In that situation, obviously, you want to win no matter where you end up in a race. But when you're that far back, you just kind of got to navigate and try to improve your position because in reality, it's really hard to catch. So he has ran on turf before. He's never routed on turf. He didn't do well. I don't think that's any indication of how he's going to run today. He's a super fast guy. He was just in a graded Indiana Derby this year where he lost a shoe. He was really amped up, very excited. He looks a lot calmer today. He looks like he knows what he's doing. He knows where he's going. And then I'll go ahead and just mention my physical paddock pick, Hard Luck Prayer. Coming down the stretch here with the Pony Rider, was a little excited. I like horses that are on the muscle but not crazy, and that was what I thought about the 3. Look, this horse wants to go. This horse wants to be let loose. I love a horse that wants to run. Some of them, they get in there and they just kind of tuck into the pony horse and don't really think. This horse has a mind of son by Prayer for Relief. And this horse coming out of the Hoosier Breeder Sophomore Stakes looks really good and has not been worse than 3rd since all the way back to October 6th of 2025. These horses look phenomenal. They're heading to the gate. We're looking at the 2 right now. They're headed to the gap to go over to the turf course. The 2 gets our leading jockey, Fernando de la Cruz, and Bob Gorham, who is no stranger to winning these premier races here in Indiana. And the 12, Mystic Justice right now. Marcelino Pedroza, I think a horse that's been overlooked. He's 30 to 1 right now on the tote board. And this horse has been close. It bounces a little bit, but throws in a very nice race about every other race. I would not discount that one. Now you're looking at my top pick, Mr. T. Circle over here to head over to the grass. Right now he is the current favorite at 5-2, trained by Justin Bailey and owned by Justin Bailey. Him and his dad have gotten into this one together and I think is very talented. Does have a little bit of form going 2 turns. Like I said, just a little bit of a question mark with the grass. We're looking at the field and they're heading over. Those are my thoughts here on the 9th race for the snack. Good luck here. The favorite, Mr. T and Justin Bailey. Good luck.
Very final time here today, crossing over to the turf course at Horseshoe Indianapolis. On final approach for the mile start for the snack. Fast track for the quarter horse closer. Course here good. Turf rail at 36 feet to wrap up the weekend. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the snack handicap. Vienna Charm, Rodney Prescott, the second all-time winningest jockey in the history here in the Hoosier State. Has a win on the card. Vienna Charm first in, loading up. Q's top notch. Amir Mendoza won the opener. There's the first two in. Loading here at the mile. Fernando de la Cruz, the meat leader with Tainted Justice, drew two. Alberto Burgos, Oscar D taking his position within the starting gate. Andres Aloa, Hard Luck Prayer coming up. Star Promise, 36-1 for a Joe Ramos hat-trick of wins on the day. Irving Moncada, My Lunar Charm, drew four. My Lunar Charm went in well. Now Mitchell Murrow, Mr. T. 2025 Indiana Futurity winner, Mr. T takes his spot. Alexander Crispin, Mr. Sledgehammer. Tiana Richardville, two. Couple in the back. Tail gunner, Alex Ashar has a turf win on the day over the mile. Marcelino Pevdoza Jr., Mystic Justice. So now stand by, one more. Evan Roman with our jalapeno. The Ellen's Lucky Star Swiss Meringue. Won in 140.57. The 3-year-old Phillies handicap. Here over the mile, one more, our jalapeno. They're in the gate. They're off. And the snack. Vienna Charm away well from the rail. Q's top notch, and right there, Hard Luck Prayer as they make their way past the awning. And Star Promise another that's forward as they head toward the first turn. And following Star Promise is Mr. Sledgehammer, but with Joe Ramos, it's Star Promise in the orange cap who leads them into the first turn run. From Hard Luck Prayer right there toward the inside, and Mr. Sledgehammer is up with them. Vienna Charm is saving ground, running in fourth. Q's top notch taken back and settles in fifth as these 3-year-olds go to the back of this good course. In the meantime, Mitchell Morrill and Mr. T nicely up the rail there. That's been set at 36 feet. Mr. T making progress with the inner while racing three clear from toward the inside. Tainted Justice in the back half of the field, along with on the outside Mystic Justice. Then comes a tail gunner with Our Jalapeno is running in 10th. My Lunar Charm is 11th, and Oscar D is last of the 12, where Star Promise dictates the handicap. The quarter at 23.67. Half mile, 48.19 as they go to the far side of the Caesars course. And right now, Star Promise is all alone. 3 furlongs still in front of Star Promise, who's wide into a 6-length advantage over on the outside. Hard Luck Prayer, who's just in second. Vienna Charm third with the rail. Farther back, Mr. Sledgehammer, hard at work in fourth. Star Promise leans past the quarter pole. Q's top notch on the far outside as they straighten. Mr. D is rounding about Mr. T in about 7th or 8th, and still with a lot of catching up to do. 3/4, 114.72. Hard Luck Prayer runs. Vienna Charm toward the inside has taken the lead. Dropping back with Star Promise. Q's top notch. My Lunar Charm is threading through traffic. Here comes My Lunar Charm for Irving Moncada. My Lunar Charm strikes the top at 19-1. My Lunar Charm beats home Hard Luck Prayer. Q's top notch was third. Mr. Sledgehammer fourth. Mr. T fifth. Then next was Tail Gunner, and they were followed home by Tainted Justice after the snack. $142.58, number 4, My Lunar Charm, in at 19-1 odds. The judges will examine a photo before posting the second and third. Irving Moncada, Steve Fosdick, Blaine Davidson, Charming Kitten, sophomore, My Lunar Charm, 19-1. Hard Luck Prayer, Q's top notch. There's Mr. Sledgehammer back in fourth, Mr. T fifth. last year's Indiana Futurity winner, followed home by Tail Gunner after the Snack. The rest at the back of the pack, the Snack to My Lunar Charm. The judges have posted number 3, Hard Luck Prayer, second at 11-1. Long shots abound after the Snack of 2026. Number 8, finishing third, Q's Top Notch at 19-1. Then number 11, Mr. Sledgehammer, was no less than 99-1. And the 6, Mr. T at 5-1 for the Pentafecta that had a carryover going into the Snack Candy Cap. 4-3, 8-11, 6 with big pace to come after the Snack Handicap. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 4, My Lunar Charm, with Irving Moncada. There's My Lunar Charm, 3-year-old Gray Roan Gelding by Charming Kitten. Out of the Proud Citizen mare, My Lunar Love. Picks today to break into the win column. For Stephen Fosdick and Blaine Davidson, My Lunar Charm, a maiden no more, and a handicap winner. Big pays after the Snack. 4-3 exacta, $943. 10-cent superfecta, $5,634. Trifecta, $4,663.95. 7-4, $5 last call double, over $1,800. Pick 3, $531.55. That Pentafecta, that'll be a carryover onto Monday's card. When the Pentafecta featured on Monday, the $1 Itoba late pick 4, $11,068.50. Pays after the Snack and the winner's presentation. Once again, Vice President and General Manager Racing Eric Hallstrom, Director Racing Secretary Chris Polson, and Assistant Racing Secretary Chris Kamak. The winner's presentation after the Snack. 50-cent pick 5, $14,933. 5 out of 5. And again, that Pentafecta carryover that you see, $7,017. That will carry over to the Monday card. And glancing through Monday's program, the 6th race, that'll feature that Pentafecta carryover. That'll be race 6. The 445 on Monday on the turf. That'll feature that Pentafecta carryover of over $7K. Quarter horse finale at 5:05.
Get to talk to Irving here, Mancada. An amazing ride, a maiden breaking. I mean, a maiden breaking effort in a premier race like this handicap. It's really something to speak to you guys' talent.
No, yes, ma'am. I mean, I think the distance was going to be a little short for him, but I called on him early and made sure he was rolling by the time we hit the top of the lane, and it was a little bit of a trip maneuvering around horses, but thankfully we went around there and got it done.
Just real quick, since we have the time, can you speak to that? Because I have a really hard time quickly watching it and then turning around and interviewing you guys. How did you get through that, and where were you placed when you got on the backstretch there?
I was about in the two-path going all the way around there, and coming off the turn was still in the two-path, and I saw a line of horses just lined up in front of me, and I was like, well, we're gonna go here in the three-path, and hopefully it stays clear, and sure enough, it did. He shot right through there and was able to get up just in time.
Man, congratulations. What an effort, Irving. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
All right, Steve, let's talk about hope, baby, because he just said off camera. They always say the best things to me off camera, but you just said, you hope he does it, but you never know what's going to happen. How happy are you with this effort? A maiden breaking win in this big of a race, a tough one too.
Oh, I'm tickled to death. I knew he'd be closing, but I just didn't know if he'd get through or if it was going to be long enough. Or I knew he would be finishing. That's all.
And he's been so close. So is this the trip you wanted? I mean, he normally, even when he's been beaten ahead, he comes from pretty far back.
Yeah, a long ways back. And I thought that, it says good, but I think it's more yielding turf course, and it kind of favored him. Stop the front end horses.
We're having a great year, and I hope you continue on through the fall. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, you guys, we do have a quarter horse event coming up, so please stick around. Race 10 is going to be covered by the one and only Martha Clausen.
They're off. And the snack. Vienna Charm away well from the rail. Q's top notch. And right there, Hard Luck Prayer as they make their way past the awning. And Star Promise another that's forward as they head toward the first turn. And following Star Promise is Mr. Sledgehammer. But with Joe Ramos, it's Star Promise in the orange cap who leads them into the first turn run. From Hard Luck Prayer right there toward the inside, and Mr. Sledgehammer is up with them. Vienna Charm is saving ground running in fourth. Q's top notch taken back and settles in fifth as these 3-year-olds go to the back of this good course. In the meantime, Mitchell Morrill and Mr. T nicely up the rail there. That's been set at 36 feet. Mr. T making progress with the inner while racing 3 clear from toward the inside. Tainted Justice in the back half of the field along with on the outside Mystic Justice. Then comes a tail gunner with Our Jalapeno is running in 10th. My Lunar Charm is 11th, and Oscar D is last of the 12, where Star Promise dictates the handicap. The quarter at 23.67. Half mile, 48.19 as they go to the far side of the Caesars course. And right now, Star Promise is all alone. 3 furlongs still in front of Star Promise, who's wide into a 6-length advantage over on the outside. Hard Luck Prayer, who's just in second. Vienna Charm third with the rail. Further back, Mr. Sledgehammer, hard at work in fourth. Star Promise leans past the quarter pole. Q's top notch on the far outside as they straighten. Mr. D is rounding about Mr. T in about 7th or 8th, and still with a lot of catching up to do. 3/4, 114.72. Hard Luck Prayer runs. Vienna Charm toward the inside has taken the lead. Dropping back with Star Promise. Q's top notch. My Lunar Charm is threading through traffic. Here comes My Lunar Charm for Irving Moncada. My Lunar Charm strikes the top at 19-1. My Lunar Charm beats home Hard Luck Prayer. Q's top notch was third. Mr. Sledgehammer fourth. Mr. T
Well, what a terrific day we're having at Horseshoe Indianapolis. You've seen the thoroughbreds, and they're so powerful and exciting. Now we're going to show you a final race. It's an American quarter horse race, and they're a little bit different. They're sprinters. They don't go the whole length of the track. They're going to race right in front of you in the grandstand, and you're going to see their speed and power as they break out of the gate and hopefully have a clear path to the wire without too much traffic. I mean, they want to win, so they go at it full throttle. Okay, so this is for registered Indiana breds. It's a maiden, and for 3, 4, and 5-year-olds, we've got a really good field, even with the scratch of 1, 5, and 11. Really nice competitive field, and they're going to be traveling 300 yards. So let's go right to the paddock and take a look at a few of the horses that I like in our finale. And I'm going to begin with number 2, and that's EOS Running Roxy, a legitimate favorite, in my opinion, to get the job done today for trainer Tony Cunningham. She's sired by EOS Apolitical Win, broke her maiden in her last, she's seeking to get her maiden broken, but she broke well out of the starting gate in her last 2 races, which I liked, and she just missed at the wire. So obviously she's getting the hang of it and just needs a little bit extra at the end, and I think she's going to get it and get rid of the bridesmaid status this afternoon under jockey Danny Martinez. All right, let's go next to number 4, Keith Bodie's homebred, number 4, and that's Miss KTB 23. This is another filly. These are open for boys and girls, but my top 2 are fillies. She's sired by Freight Train B. Has been a little bit of a puzzler so far. Last year she had a terrific speed index, and then she got in this year. She kind of had a good race and then followed up with a not so special race, trying to figure out her, and now she's had a couple trainers. Now she's in the barn of top conditioner Tim Eggleston, and so we'll just see if sometimes little things can make a difference with a horse and the training. Tim is just incredible. He's our leading trainer, quarter horse trainer now. She's also doing really well with his thoroughbreds, and he's certainly capable. This filly's certainly capable of breaking through and getting that maiden breaking victory under Rolando Pena. All right, how about number 8, GV Black Panther, who's making his 10th start for breeder, owner, and trainer Jesse Vasquez. She gives a leg up to her husband, Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. They do everything. They have 4 kids. They do it all. They great on the racetrack, great on the home front. It's really a cool situation here. She's done extremely well with her trainees. And this is a 4-year-old son of Encore. Interestingly, did not have a start last year. Was pretty good as a juvenile. Had 3 good races as a juvenile, and then a pretty good race earlier this year. So would be no surprise to see the horse rebound and get this gelding get a victory today for Jessie and her husband. And I'll round up my top 4 with number 7, and that's HH Chasing CJ. This is a 3-year-old filly by leading Indiana quarter horse stallion Escondido Beach. She's going to make her 12th start for breeders and owners Larry Carter and John Myers. And she exited a pretty tough trial for the QHRAI Stallion Service Derby that was August 8th. And several of the horses that beat her in that race are going to the final, which will take place 1 week from today. So I think, she's got a lot of potential. She's back down to the maiden level. I think we'll probably see a good effort. Trainer Shauna Martin, who's having a very good August. We're happy to see that. She's going to utilize the flipping halter just to try and keep this filly a little more stable breaking out of the gate. And she'll give a leg up to jockey Giovanni Flores Munez, and the 2 of them have done very well of late, so we'll see if it can continue this afternoon. 2, 4, 8, 7, those are my top selections. Just want to remind everybody we are back Monday, have an action-packed week, and hopefully everybody can join us next Saturday, just 1 week from today, when we host our 5th all-quarter horse day. 10:45 a.m. starts. Stakes action galore, and I'll be there with Rachel and John. We're going to have a super day. So until then, have a good rest of the weekend, and we're really happy that you made it here today at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
For a final time here today, Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell with the call for riders up. Quarter horse maidens making their way toward the fast track here for the finale, where Gary Lozier will be bringing them on. Here they come. Cole Postford for the 10th race, a quarter horse maiden dash over the 300 yards to wrap up the day. Scratch 1, CV Valiant Corona. 5, Apolitical Elmo. And scratch number 11, AP Jesse's Cartel. 6, Elmi Vegas Train. There was a jockey change to Edgar Diaz. Edgar Diaz rides the number 6, LB Vegas Train. And some overweights. 2 EOS running Roxy plus 5 pounds. Number 4, Miss KTB 23 plus 5. And the 10, Lil Cool Kate plus 2 pounds makes the weight there now 128 corrected. The 1, 5, and 11, they are the non-runners. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. This features the quarter horse Pentafecta, and it's due off. arriving at the gate. At the gate, it is now post time. They're going in. Even money final favorite, Dios Running Roxy. Danny Martinez for Tony Cunningham. First to move into the starting gate was Eos Running Roxy. HH Chasing CJ uses a flipping halter. Don't You See went it well. HH Chasing CJ. Miss KTB 23 has taken her position in the starting gate. GV Black Panther loaded. Edgar Diaz with LB Vegas Train. Two in back of the starting gate. Isidro Benuelos with Cruising Down the Beach. Here are the 300 yards. Stand by, one more. Francisco Quintero with Lil Cool Kate. Fast Track with a tailwind to close out the card. All in. Off in the Saturday finale, Miss KTV 23, Eos Running Roxy off to a rip-roaring start past the 220. Don't You See pursues. Here comes GV Black Panther, and Lil Cool Kate also is late on the scene, but it's GV Black Panther who's raced away out to the maiden ranks. Seconds close between Don't You See, Cruising Down the Beach, stand side, Lil Cool Kate, and Eos Running Roxy to cap off the day. Number 8, GV Black Panther was first. The judges will examine photos before posting the 2nd through the 5th for the quarter horse pentafecta. GV Black Panther, Giovanni Vasquez Gomez for Jesse Vasquez, the son of Encore, out to the maiden ranks in his 10th career run. Result of the photo finishing second was number 9, Cruising Down the Beach. A nose over the 2, Eos Running Roxy third. Another short margin away. 3, Don't You See was fourth after those photos. And 10, Lil Cool Kate finished fifth. Clear-cut win, though, for GV Black Panther at 7-2, 8-9, 2-3-10. 15.699, Fast Track. 15.699 seconds for GV Black Panther. Stepping in with Giovanni Vasquez Gomez to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle. GV Black Panther, 4-year-old brown gelding by Encore. Out of the Bug Among Thorns mare, the Ebony Hare. Bred, trained, and owned by Jesse Vasquez. There's the Vasquez family. It's a Cody photo for them and GV Black Panther. It's official. The 4-8 double paid $537.80. Quarter horse Pentafecta, $529.03. Lil Cool Kate ran 5th in the maiden. Pick 3, $1,028. 50-cent trifecta, $892, $94.40. 4-8 double, again, $537.80. And the 10-cent superfecta, $87.08. Don't You See ran 4th after photos, and Lil Cool Kate was 5th for the quarter horse Pentafecta. Fast track, 15.699. That concludes today's live racing program. Just as a reminder, no live racing here on Sunday. Upcoming race week, Monday through Thursday, and an old quarter horse card here next Saturday. Hope you can join us then. Next Saturday post time will be at 10:45 a.m. The Monday through Thursday fixtures from 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today. This beautiful summer one here in the Hoosier State. For now, track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. Card all in. Off in the Saturday finale, Miss KTV 23, EOS running Roxy off to a rip-roaring start past the 220. Don't You See pursues. Here comes GV Black Panther, and Lil Cool Kate also is late on the scene, but it's GV Black Panther who's raced away out to the maiden ranks. Seconds close, card all in.